Yo, 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 yo. I probably should have a thing where this window, placed automatically. Wait, can I do that? Some of that actually. Hyper control and like place a window. Guess the cursor position. I want to set the window position. Hello, Big Orly. Hello, Nigel. How are you guys doing? Do I hear you? No. I mean, I should not have. How are you guys doing? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out set a window property. Can I make like the property set prop? No. 10 push-ups purely. All right, fine. I'll finish setting this up later. Let's do the push-ups immediately. All right, fine. Hold on. Wait, do you hear me here? Yo, yo, yo. Do you hear me when I'm doing the push-ups? Do you hear me breathing? That was only 9? No, 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 no. That's a lie. There was 10 for sure. Definitely heard breathing. Maybe I should have like a filter to remove the noise there too. I don't know. Or do you like hearing me breathing? Am I streaming so late early? Because I'm alone today at home. And yeah. Oh no, it happened? What happened? How to hyper control set window position. Set how to spawn a window. Set it to be floating and set position hyperland. Yes, correct. So we do this. We'll integrate a Windows class title to address after it appears. A simple way to use it is show delay or poll hypercontrol clients. Use window rules. Hypercontrol dispatch. That window rule floating. Is this like dispatch for the current window? Like, can I not just do the current window? Because it's going to spawn and be current, no? Move window pixel exact. Okay. Hyper control dispatch. Move window pixel exact 100. Move window, no window. Hello, Harry. Alright, I'll figure this out some other time. Maybe I just wanted to spawn this thing on the right automatically, maybe. Alright, what are we going to do today? Linksider? Am I going to do Linksider? We have a choice right now. I don't really know. Do I keep the Linksider? Or do we do a little different thing today and do cast? You look different in this stream? What do you mean? Well, the lighting is different. The lighting is different because it's basically like the evening, right? Also, I wear the thing to do the push-ups, right? Maybe lighting, yeah. All right. What do you think? So do we want Linksider or do we want cast, guys? I don't know. How many people do I have right now in chat? 2? 3? The first one to say it is going to decide it. Alright, Nigel says cast. Alright, fine. We do cast today. Fine. We'll do cast. Okay, what is the current thing? I was doing it a little bit off stream. Let's do cast in the Neovide. No. Yes, whatever. Project, cast. Okay, so this means that we don't more than Linksider. If you don't know what cast is, I'm making my own programming language. Working on cast. My own programming language. Alright. I know that there's a typo there, that's on purpose, alright? Okay, let's see. I do a git pull here because I did a little bit of work off stream, but I mostly was working on the JavaScript to make it more readable, kind of. So that we can debug it easier, right? I was solving the lead codes. One lead code is solved, the other one is not solved, and the reason why the other one is not solved, even though, I mean, it is solved, but I cannot run the JavaScript properly right now. Why? Because if I do run examples lead code like this, and I try to run the code, right? I overflow the stack. I need to set my stack like this. Okay. So it says not yet implemented, operator binary not equal at JavaScript 1305. Oh, I cannot even compile the thing. Yeah. All right. So here's the problem. I'm trying to compile the function. Here's my standard library. And we have the native not equal over here, right? So we have the operator not equal. It's basically a function, a generic one that works for all types T. And then if my target is JavaScript, then it's a function that looks like this. And if it's an interpreter, then it's a function looks like this. So the native is an expression that resolves to the native implementation when we actually evaluate this code, right? Now here's the question. When do I evaluate this code? Right? When do I evaluate this code? Wait, do I have something that's not git status? Oh yeah, I do. Okay, that's why. That is why. Because I was working on this actually. So if I stash right now, and then I run, I will have a different example. I will have a different problem. So the problem is the generics, right? That's the problem. In this case, the error is cannot read properties of undefined reading handle in target line 417. So let's see what's there, right? Edit target 3373 JavaScript, line 417. Over here we have the object, and I want to get the field handle out of this object, right? This is the context. So what is this? Because so I'm using the context system, right, in the language. In this case specifically, this is doing, so this is the iterator, right? Yeah. So yeah, this over here, you can see it. This thing is the object representing the list module. We have the length function, the set function, the iterate function. So in order to iterate over a list, I need to have the handler for the list because it's a generator. It's not the function that returns an iterator. It is the function which is a generator. So it's yielding the items. In order to yield the items, it needs to know how to handle the item that I'm yielding, right? So we use the context system for this. Now, the problem is that this type, right? I guess we can take a look at the cast code itself. Here's the list module in the cast code. Here's this function iter, right? So we do this. Current generator handler for the references of type T, right? And that's what I need. I need to get the current handler. Now the problem is that I compile this function. Like my generics are actually being compiled only once. While I'm compiling this, I am assuming that this value of like the concrete type for the T is going to be supplied later when I instantiate the template, which is similarly to calling a function with arguments, right? So in the compiled code, the type that I'm trying to get here is a reference to T, where T is not yet known. So and then at runtime, this like for a specific list, it will be like a reference to an int, for example, right? So when I am writing my for loop, I am supplying the handler that is working with a concrete type, like an int, but this one is this is a generic code which works with generic T. So the context type is kind of different. It does not have the T being substituted with the real type yet. So when I try to get the current generator handler, I get the undefined, and that's why we have this error which says cannot read properties of undefined because the context is not defined. Basically, that's what's happening. I can also see here context. Yeah, so like over here, for example, right? This over here, this instruction in JavaScript, this is me. This is me actually supplying the context, right? So the context for the loops is the one that's allowing me to break the loop or continue the loop, right? Yeah, actually, I want a different one. This one is a handle, right? I have different context type. Yeah, oh, and over here I am inserting the context for the generic. This is for the yielding, I'm pretty sure. So I am saying that my handler is this, which is that, which is defined over here. So this is the object that I'm handling. So this is the body of the loop, basically, I think. At early stream, what is this? Hello. I'm going to work on cast. 12-hour stream? Probably not. We'll see how long it's going to be. Probably just the usual duration. Just a late stream. Alright, do you understand the problem? I'm not sure if this was explained properly. But basically, we have the... let's just... Maybe let's have a simpler example. Let's have a simpler example. Yeah. How about this? Let's have a simple example of a context. Simple context .ks, right? The problem sounded very complicated. There's a lot of like parts there, so let's just break this simple thing here. So use standard library, and I want JavaScript transpile. Actually, you know what? Let's start by just not writing the transpilation code here and just transpile the entire file to JavaScript and then just run it through Node.js, for example, right? So, for example, print hello world, right? Although I don't think print... Is print actually implemented in terms of JavaScript right now? I don't think it is, right? Yeah, I don't think it is. Which we could implement through JavaScript, I guess. Why not? JavaScript. All right, I mean, let's see if it is. So let's just start with something simple. That is, just having a compiler switch saying compile to JavaScript without telling it from the to do it from the script. So I have another argument in my command line arguments, right? I have so right now I can I can go into the REPL, or I can run a file. And when I run a file, I want to run it potentially through the JavaScript. I mean, I also... Maybe we just say compile. How about compile? How about compile? Path. Hello, Raymarch. How about compile path? And target. Target would be compilation it, whatever, app long. In compilation target, JavaScript. Let's just do that. Started writing an ASA expression passer in a camel. Will I have the same fate as you? What do you mean? What's my fate? Are you supposed to be sleeping on the couch tonight? Why are you streaming at this time? No. The apartment, I'm the only one here today. So that's why I can stream at this late hour. Yeah, 1 second. Alright, compilation target JavaScript, right? I just want this to be implement from string. For compilation target, I think this is what's required, right? The joke was about what led you to start writing cast. I mean, I don't know. I was thinking about making my own language for a long time. I just never started until I started trying it as a thing to try OCaml. Why do I not have code actions available here? Am I stupid? Why are no code actions available? Is this NeoVim being stupid, or is it me being stupid? Not all trait items implemented. Yeah, can you implement them for me, please? Alright, fine. We'll go back to VS Code. Forget NeoVim. Maybe I will have better experience here. Sintar, hello. Hi. Been long since I saw one of your streams. Mostly saw them as VODs from the YouTube. You mean the programming VODs or the Factorio ones? Because I think most of the VODs that had any views on them were the ones about Factorio. All right, can I? Yeah, there you go. Why can I implement? Why do I have the code action here in VS Code, but the NeoVim didn't have the code action for some reason? It's weird. That's. I think usually the rationalizer works the same, independently of the editor. Both, you watch so many? Oh, do you? I thought I don't know. I mean, it's all right. I mean, yeah, that's cool. It's cool, I guess. I mean, I guess when you watch a VOD, you are free to skip and stuff. Like usually when you watch usually when I watch something on the YouTube, it's the edited content. The unedited stuff is when you just watch it live. People watching the VODs, I mean, that's like I can get it for the Factorio. For the programming, I mean, it depends. Like there's a lot of like sections where I don't actually do anything, right? Just talk random stuff. The cast streams are awesome. All right, thanks. So that's what we are doing today. I'm working on cast. I've been working on like in the beginning for the last 2 weeks, mostly on the Linksider on the game, but now I'm going back to cast for today, probably only. We'll see. I wanted to do like the full June of Linksider. So I was having the JavaScript transpiler, right? I have the working transpilation to JavaScript, but not everything can be transpiled. So we're going to work on that. Improving JavaScript transpiler. Let's just say that. That's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, if it's JS or JavaScript, then it is self JavaScript. Right. Let's just do that. Otherwise, bail. This is unknown target. Okay, so for now we have the only compilation target, which is the JavaScript. Now, if this command is not run, but it is compile the path to the target, right? So I initialize, yeah, I think no stdlib also is potentially useful here. Let's have the no stdlib too. Compilation target, this is not optional, yeah. Private, yeah, this needs to be public. Couldn't that have been done by clap derive macro? Can it? You should have ordered JavaScript like that. Sure, to lower. There you go. You like that more? Derive subcommand. This is not exactly. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's also like JavaScript can be. Like once again, there is the web browser JavaScript, and then there is the Node.js JavaScript, which is different targets technically. Right now I do the same thing, but in the future. Like the Rust target, if we mimic something similar to the Rust, it would be like JavaScript web versus JavaScript Node.js targets, right? I mean, that can still be just anything. I don't know. I mean, is this a subcommand inside of a subcommand? I don't know. It's not that difficult to write this, so it doesn't matter for now. Okay, so I initialize the cast itself, and then I do not evaluate the file. I do cast compile, not compile. Let's see. So in order to evaluate the file, we evaluate the source, which is parsing, and then sounds like a hack. Init ast. Indeed, that sounds like a hack. Well, file. How about import? Import impl. Eval ast opt. So, like, I just don't have the thing that just compiles a file, right? I can parse the ast. I can evaluate ast. I can... Yeah, I need, like, more functions here. Evaluate the file, evaluate source. This is interpreter. So, yeah, this is ast parse, self-syntax source. Evaluate ast. So, and then evaluate ast says that I want to compile it. The ast. Okay, how about I have this function? Then like over here, right? I want to say that ast is self parse ast. Let's have separate parsing of the ast of the source, like that, where this hack will belong there. Parse ast source is the source file. Result ast, right? That's what I want. It's an optional ast because it potentially is empty, right? So this, yeah, let ast be ast parse self syntax source, and then we match ast some ast. Then I do that. And then that's what I return. The camera glitches are getting more frequent. Is it very annoying? Maybe we can call it a feature. How did you get the formatting literals to be syntax highlighting? Formatting literals to be syntax highlighting in Rust over here. I guess this is just a feature of the plugin. I didn't do anything about it. That's just the plugin that's doing it, right? Yeah, I noticed that recently, but I don't know how recently that was actually there. Does it work in the Vim? I'm not sure. We can try seeing this. Projects here. Lib rs. Like this over here, for example, is not highlighted, right? But let's wait for the Rust analyzer to be completed so that I can hover on things. Yeah, see? Once the Rust analyzer picks these things up, I have different highlighting in the view in the new Vim 2. So like this is now the S is not green, right? This is the feature of Rust analyzer, I guess. Yeah, see over here the path is highlighted differently too, and I can hover it. Is it common for a lot of programmers to try it, or only those who are at a certain level? Since beyond the abilities of most, writing a language from scratch? I think writing language is not difficult. Like if you like, there are different languages that you can make. Writing a small Lisp can be done by a person who is just maybe even learning programming. I don't think that's difficult. Like writing a simple Lisp, right? There's books about this, crafting interpreters or something, right? This is one is the most popular. And you can, I mean, I didn't read it, so I don't know. I can't really comment on this, but like, there are examples of languages implementing like 100 lines of code. What's a Lisp? A Lisp is a programming language when you use parentheses for everything, you know? Have you not seen this? Well, like, instead of saying like 2 plus 2, for example, also, just say 2 plus 2 and 2. This makes it a very simple language. So like you inside the parentheses, you see the first thing, which is a plus, which like says that you need to add the things together, and then you just, you know, do the things. It's a list processing language, so everything is a list, and a list of lists. Your program isn't JavaScript like that. No, JavaScript is not like that. Like Lisp is the simplest thing to parse ever, because all you need to do is to parse lists. Hello, Ogma. Hi. You didn't read it, but look what you're able to do. Well, I mean, a lot of the things maybe could be done more better if I knew the theory. Maybe potentially, or maybe it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it may actually be beneficial doing the thing from scratch instead of like following other people's ways of doing things. Like, you know, you can question some of the fundamental decisions that other people make. But yeah, it also means that I potentially can make a mistake that has been already tried and proven wrong before. But yeah. I mean, the difficult part about making a language is understanding what you want to make, I guess. And that is just, like, for me, I have just, like, tried programming languages, and I kind of, like, see the problems that I want to improve. Right? And then all of the little things grow together into a language that I want to make. Oh, another 10 push-ups by Spike. All right, fine. Let's do another push-ups. Hold on. It's a very creative field in computer science. I mean, it's also fun to try and make your own programming language. You said done, Spike, but I guess... Wait, isn't this implemented in the bot? Is my bot alive? Steam. Oh, I guess the bot is not alive. Yeah, there are some things in the programming language that I'm making that I have not thought about, but I know that there is a theory that is useful for making languages. Like I haven't really thought much about the dependent types, for example. But I feel like I want them as one example. Done. I guess I done 20 because I did 10 twice today. There you go. Right, anyway, I was doing the JavaScript, so I need a function that says parse AST. That's it. Now if you parse AST, and now also I want to be able to parse AST from just the path, right? So function parse AST from the file. This doesn't need to be mutable, I guess. Parse AST file just has the path, which is impl as ref path. So this would be this. This is the source, and then we do self parse AST source. Blocks terms down 69, what? Ну, английский так английский. Привет, Robert Pattinson. How are you doing? Okay, so we have this, right? But in order to compile, I don't need to parse the AST. I need to parse AST and then compile it to the intermediate representation, right? So I want to have another function, which is compile. Well, I mean, I have the function compile, right? I do have the function compile. Maybe I can just do it already. Let's see. So I say cast dot parse AST from the file, which is the path. Right? So this is AST. AST is this one gives me an optional one though. Right? And then we say cast.compile the AST. Yes. Yeah, so I think I want a function like compile file. This one is going to be, yeah, I guess not really async here. Result t, where t is compilable, I guess. Let's have this in the compiler then. This one over here. Compile file. So then I say self parse AST of the file. First, this is my AST, and then I'm going to match on the AST. If it's none, then I will. Is all of this a rewrite of the OCaml version? There's new stuff only in Rust now. The OCaml version is now having less features than the Rust version. Yeah, the Rust version is a lot further. There was like one feature that is not implemented in Rust yet and was implemented in the OCaml was the continuations. Shouldn't be too difficult though. So like none to do. Let's just have a to do here. If it's some AST, and it will be self compile AST. Wait. And this await needs to be then like I don't think I want this function to be async, which is why we do the block on. I think I just did block on here. Then I don't need to await it, right? So I just compile into something that is compilable. So I can compile the expressions, type expressions, assign expressions, patterns, whatever. But I guess usually in the file, I will want to do a normal expression when I'm doing the compilation here, right? So I compile, asked compile a file, a path, into a expression, right? So expression, intermediate representation is expression. Wait, where's the expression? Is it not public? Is public? Oh, yeah, and this, maybe this also should be public then. Okay, so I have an expression, I have compiled the thing, and then I want to say cast transpile to JavaScript. I will match the target here, but we now only have the JavaScript now. I'm going to transpile to JavaScript. Let's just have a actually. Let's have these two. Whatever. I just call it JavaScript node. Sure. Just, like normal JavaScript, just the node JavaScript. Whatever. So value. Yeah, and over here I only do the values, right? Not. I do the values, but I have the. Transpile expression or something. What's my thing called here? Oh, it's called evaluate expression. Okay, so yeah, this should be called transpile value to JavaScript then, right? But wait, do I have intermediate representation as value yet? No. Oh no, wait, hold on. I have expression. Yes. There you go. Compile AST just gives me the expression which is compiled, right? Yep. So let's, in this case, JavaScript, just transpile to JavaScript. Like this is still the same API. It has the value, right? But the value that I'm going to give you is value expression. like this. And then I give you the options. Let's do the pretty printing. I guess this can also be the compiler flag. I don't quite understand the transition period between Rust and cast. Does it essentially mean cast will be fully assembly then? Bootstrap language doesn't need to be assembly, it can be JavaScript. The transition period between Rust and cast? What do you mean the transition period between Rust and cast? Like eventually? Oh, like the next write to be in cast. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, the Bootstrap language can be JavaScript. I mean, but I think that I think before we like, I don't think we are going to rewrite the language in itself very soon. I think before that happens, I add another compilation target, which is not JavaScript but actually the native code. I want to do it relatively soon because having multiple targets is like an important feature to have, which is why I added JavaScript already, even though I could do other things first. What target am I thinking of? Just native target. I mean, either crane lift or generating assembly manually, but I don't know. Like, I think generating assembly manually could be a useful, like, exercise. If I don't do that, then I do crane lift. The Bootstrap language can be JavaScript. Spike just hates JavaScript? Is that what's happening here? I thought you only hate TypeScript. JavaScript is not TypeScript, right? Why do you hate TypeScript anyway? Did it hurt you? Okay, transpile to JavaScript. This function is async. I want to block here. Probably. So JavaScript is a result string. So yeah, there we go. So this is now a string representing the JavaScript code, and then I just print it to the output. Let's have this. So compile. I probably want the out path to be also there, right? And as an optional path buff here. What else do we want? What else do I want? Like the minification of the JavaScript potentially, but it doesn't. Minification doesn't really like make sense. Like it depends on the target. So maybe targets. Maybe this should be a subcommand. Maybe compile. And this should be another subcommand indeed. I don't know. We'll see. Let's just have a to do here. To do maybe subcommand. So you can have like further options. This an enum with potentially like other options for specific targets, right? Let's call this out path. All right, so I have this JavaScript, and then I then say that if let some out path be out path, then JavaScript, then std fs write to the out path. I write the JavaScript, right? Or if it's not, then I just do print to the standard output of the JavaScript, right? Oh. You hate JavaScript because it should have been a new language that are working around technical debt that Microsoft called their JScript fork of ECMAScript. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, maybe, yeah. What do you think about Dart then? Dart. Dart is a new language. Or is Dart dynamic typed? No, they have like types too, right? Like, isn't this basically then what you want instead of the Java of the TypeScript? Is it true that poggers is something cool programmers say? And no, I don't think that's. I think that the origins of the poggers is somewhere else. The origin of poggers. It's the history of Pog. Um, Wait, which one was the first one? The frog or this guy? Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Try this. Let's try this. Just. I do it with the just. What's my just run? It's just cargo run, right? With all the arguments, right? Yeah, yeah. So we just do just run, compile. Or we could do cargo run compile. Maybe I could just have an alias, which where cast is cargo run with like the arguments. Yeah, how about this? Let's do that. Can I just do here in the shell hook alias cast is cargo run no default features like this. Can I do that? Cast. That doesn't work in the shell hook? Or did I do it incorrectly? Cast. Why does it say Rust package manager? Oh, do I need like... How do you write an alias with quotes? Yep, there you go. But does the alias not work? Next shell hook alias. How to find alias in the shell hook? Can I do that? I mean, I can make a fake package, which is like a script, right? Should be able to just do this. But why did it not work for me then? Reload. Test. Exit. Test. So like right now I don't have anything. Then I reload this thing. And it's not there. Even though I did have a hello from cast dev shell, so like this code definitely executes. It just executes weirdly. I just have a package here. Packages dot write script or something. Write shell script bin. Cast. And then I just say cargo run This. That's how you pass all the arguments there, right? That's going to work. Right shell application. Cast. There we go. So cast is actually its own thing, right? Which just contains this code. All right, and then I can just do cast. There we go. Instead of using just. All right, cast compile, and then I need to compile. Cast compile target JavaScript. What's happening? Skip. Why do I have an error here? Did those arguments work? I thought it was name extension, not name text. Expect a set but found a string. Yeah. No, you're right. I think, hold on. Nix, right. I think it means that the right shell script bin, like, this is the simplified one, which just takes two unnamed arguments instead of accepting a thing. You probably want to add cast to runtime inputs. What's runtime inputs? Using C# would probably fix all these issues. Yeah. Cast compile, target JavaScript. We compile examples, simple context, not yet implemented. So over here, when I'm compiling an expression, what I want to do is I want to basically maybe this should be it to do. Maybe I over here do a match. If I'm trying to transpile this thing, right? Maybe. Transpiler, evaluate expression. I think that's what I want. Match value as inferred. Value shape expression. Then I can try to evaluate the expression basically. Like this? Maybe. Right shell application is there to provide an interface for self-contained applications. It runs on linter and stuff when building. This is for the dev shell, so like it's not like the real cast. Like I eventually build like the real cast, right? And this is not the real one. This is just the one that is an alias for running cargo while developing, right? Okay, what is this? A use did not work. Expression use. This one should be like, because I never transpiled this before, so I guess this one should just be not doing anything. This one should just be not doing anything, right? It's just undefined. Although when I do it as a statement, I use that I don't have the undefineds there at all. I mean, let's just see what it does right now. Not yet implemented. Something else. Yeah, this one as a statement. I just don't do anything. I'm pretty sure the use doesn't need. Wrong time expected string. While transpiling, string literal hello world. At example simple context here. Wrong string type. Reference to string. Wrong string type over here. Yeah. Because I need to, yeah. If I want to have a reference to string here, type shape reference to inner, then I will match inner inferred. So our string type not inferred. So if this is now, so if it's a reference to string, then I want to do make reference to string, right? Make reference question mark. Seems like the camera is at a different angle than before. I don't think so. Is it? Okay, there we go. I compiled it to JavaScript, right? So here's my code. This is the cast code. It's just print hello world. And this is the compiled code. So what do we have here? Basically, we have a function that we call with the context. Oh, yeah, that's right. Like if it's on like, yeah, okay. So the context is going to be undefined here, actually. If I try to actually run this, it will say that, oh wait, invalid left-hand side an assignment. Hello world is equal. Wait, what? What did I generate here? It's flipped? No, it's not. What? It's the same as before. All right. This code that is generated is just incorrect. Hello world is equal to the new value. What? Because I'm making a reference to hello world, which is not, yeah, because I'm making a reference to the thing. Yeah, I need to make a reference to the temporary. Like this needs to be a temporary. Yeah. So I want to do a scoped expression. And then I will do the make ref here, but then I have the temporary variable name unique for the temporary string. String. So then I need to assign it first, right? Statement assignee. I need a new variable called temp. I need to assign to it the value, which is the string, like that. And then I return the reference to that string. Binding the temporary variable, like this. Yeah, so like I did this off stream. I was previously generating the strings directly. Now I have my own intermediate representation that represents the JavaScript, which is having statements and expressions. This, by the way. All right, there you go. So now I am assigning the hello world to a thing, to a variable. This makes it a reference. A reference is an object with a get and set methods, right? And then I call this function with the reference. So like this function represents the actually print hello world, the print function, right? So in order to print, we need to have the output. So the output is the context of type output. So this over here is me trying to get the context of the output. Right? So this is not the code that is going to run still, because it's going to say that context is not defined, because when I'm compiling to the JavaScript and I'm making the this thing, it assumes, like when evaluating expression, this is the thing that is assuming that I have the context, right? So what I need to do, so if this is an expression actually, then what I need to do is I need to actually provide the context, right? Yeah, I need to actually provide the context. Which means that evaluate expression. Okay, so this is going to be the actual like code, you know? The actual compiled code is this. But then I will need to have so I need to wrap it in a function, right? Which will be expression. Like I just need a scoped expression. No, not a scoped expression. I need to create a function where arguments are going to be what? I need to have an argument which is the context, right? So a single thing, which is the context, is my argument. So I convert the code into a function where body is just me returning this thing. So I can evaluate the expression as a statement, actually. Or I can do a return here. I don't know. Do return code, right? So we actually return this. That's my code. And then I want to actually call this function, right? I want to actually call this function. So the function is my code, and the arguments is going to be the single argument, which is the context that is so like the runtime is going to give us the specific context. For example, a way to write to the output, right? Yeah. So over here, I need to have the default contexts. And the context needs to be transpiled, right? So I have transpiler.transpile. the value which is the context. I guess so. Like this, it kind of depends on the JavaScript engine, I guess. Contexts. Let's just have context here. What is the context that I have? Context is expression. Is it just an object with all of the fields, right? Linked hash map new text object with fields being the contexts. So I need to do contexts insert, or I mean, let's just do this first. But to do more contexts, we just need to provide a way to actually write the stuff to the standard output, right? The console log implementation of the printing needs to be done there. Because right now, it's just going to say that context does not have the field. Let's just move this to output to target code.js and node target code.js like this. So we cannot read properties of undefined over here, right? And what is undefined? The actual output. And output is the context of type 6649, which we don't have the name here. Maybe I could get this more named. But yeah, basically I'm trying to get the context, which is the output, and the output has the fields right, which actually is the implementation. So we can give it here, right? Yeah. So let's do this. Context. Insert context transpiler context name. So what's the context type of the output? What's the context type of the output? Context, default output, default input. Like these are the contexts that are done by the interpreter, right? We have output, input, and file system, and number type. But this is done. But this is only used in during compilation. How do I get the type? I can get the value, and then I can get its type, I guess. Do I use this? Maybe I can see how I am doing it in where? In the playground, for example. Insert runtime. No? How am I doing this? Let's see. Castlang playground. I forget. This one is simple. But we have console error. Self-cast output. Oh, it's just like a field. Which is the output. Alright. Yeah, it's different. Okay, I mean, maybe I can just say... Maybe I can just say contexts, default... the like, default output just give me the value, and then I get the type of this value. And this is my type of the output, right? And this is the type that I need to have. Okay, and then the value of the actual thing. The value of the actual thing is going to be... maybe we just have the raw thing. So raw JavaScript here. So what is this? I will have an object right? Which has the field right. So it should be a function taking a reference to a string and not returning anything, no contexts. Yeah, so right is a function which takes a reference to string and returns the stuff which console logs reference to the string. I need to get the actual string out of it, right? And that's what we do. Yeah. Maybe just like that. Should be good enough. Ref as.get is not a function. Wait, what do you mean the ref as.get is not a function? What is ref as? I mean, it depends what I pass here, but this is supposed to be a reference to a string. So it's supposed to have the get thing here, right? That's my context. It has type 6647, so this is the same, right? Output, and then I get the right out of this, and then I have the line. Yeah, which is this object with the get method returning the actual string hello world. What's wrong here then? Refas.get is not a function. I mean, we can do it like in the other places. I can do indexing with the get. Is get like, you hear CPU sounds? There's no way. I do not hear them. Maybe it's your CPU that you're hearing. Undefined. Oh, this needs to be called, right? This needs to be called. Please show me a hello world. No, ref as.get is not a function. It's the same thing. Okay, let's just log the ref as itself. See what we are working with. Maybe I passed the wrong argument to it. Type this, right? Oh wait, I called this with the, oh yeah, okay, because I have the context here as a second argument, which is supposed not to be used though, right? We have an unused context and then the reference, and we have a reference.get. There we go. This is going to write a hello world on screen right now. Look. There you go. Hello world, which is running through the JavaScript. Amazing, right? Okay. Here's the code that I generated for the hello world. So we get the context of type output. Of the output, we get the right. Wait, what is this? What is this thing over here? I'm creating a function that just returns this thing, and then I just don't do anything with it? Why is that? Why is this here? This is literally doing nothing, right? Let's take a look at the standard implement, like the standard library. Maybe that's how it is for some reason. Print. I would say output is current output. We write line and then we'll write /n. Oh wait, hold on. Can we do in JavaScript? So console log always writes the end of line for me, right? But I don't need to have the end of line. output write line and output write. So I call this, I actually call this function twice. But this code looks like it's doing nothing. So this code over here is basic. So yeah, these two lines is just the transpilation of let output be current output. That results in this code. So I get the current output by this, having the context of the type output, and then assign it to the variable. And then I want to write the line. Line is my argument here, right? So this is the line. Oh wait, no. Yeah. No. This is correct. This is correct. This code is giving me the output.write function, and I call this function with the line. So this is me writing the line, and then this is me writing the just /n over here. I make a /n, I make it turn into a reference, and then I write it. Okay, how do I do in JavaScript writing like similar to console log but without the /n? As the outright, since you're in Node. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do here. It's not there in the browser though, right? I guess if I'm in the browser, maybe we need like to have buffering in the implementation of the output, and when the /n is actually there, that's when I need to do the console log, right? Maybe. So this is not console log. This is a process steady out, right? Hello. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't do the yeah. No, this accepts the /n like that. Makes sense. And it returns true or false. I actually succeeded to write or something. Yeah, this needs to generate different code if I'm in the browser though, but we'll get to that at some point. To do console log browser. Down. There we go. Now it just writes a single line. Now there is no more. There were 3 empty lines before, which made sense. Now there is not. Hello world, nice. Often do you speak your thoughts out loud while programming when you're not streaming? When I'm not streaming, I'm not talking at all. Unless I'm talking to another person. I don't really talk to myself. I mean, I talk to myself, but like, you know, like I keep it to myself. I don't speak it out loud. The conversation happens in my head usually when I'm talking to myself, you know? I don't let all the other people know what I'm thinking about. Or JavaScript. Wait, why is there something that I didn't pull? Didn't I pull earlier today? Who pushed something? Rebase. Oh, only transpile each compile function once. Yeah, that's what I did. Off stream, sure. Does it still work then? Okay, now that I have the working hello world, basically, I wanted like this example. I want to be different. This is not what I want. Hello world already is an existing example. I wanted to fix the bug. What is the bug? What is the bug? So when I'm working with generic code, right? Let's say I have a function, f, which is for all team. For all team. And I mean, what do I want to do here? What is a good example? I need something that uses the t, right? Yeah. Let's just do this. Current t value is current t. Value is current t. And then I can just say print value. You know? So if I say something like with string, which is hello world, call the function, call f. Let's say that this gives me a function, right? This is a generic function like this. This is basically calling hello world through the context system, passing the hello world, right? Failed to compile function. All right. Cast examples, simple context. Expected type string. Okay. So yeah, this cannot compile right now. Yeah, because this must be a string. This doesn't compile. It makes sense. How do I make something that compiles? Present t. No, didn't you say that value of? You didn't hate the value of? I still don't like the present. DBG maybe? I don't think DBG will be compilable though to JavaScript. Let's see. Cannot ORD not inferred types. Amazing. Because DBG probably. Can I just do this? Cannot ORD not inferred types. Rust back trace is 1. Ordering of this. In the context. Over here. Extend with types. Oh, it's the inference. It's stupid. Yeah. I cannot do like this with the inference, I guess. Wait, but how does my code compile then? The other one. Huh? Wait a second. Oh, because this. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Maybe I need to say that this is a type. Maybe that's what's happening. No, I don't think that's what's happening. Why does this not work? I'm trying to extend the context with another context. and it cannot be hashed because it's not inferred type. What's not inferred type though? Here, wait, this is supposed to be all inferred. T is inferred. It's very late here. See you in 5 hours if you're still streaming. All right. We'll see if I will still be streaming. It's inference of the contexts that's failing here. Because this expression is basically, so since I'm having the current t here expression, it means that this function requires t as the context, right? So the function f requires t as context. Oh, maybe it's over here, it's not inferred. Oh, yeah, that's probably it. I don't have the inference for context. So like this should be f string. Right, yeah, that's probably it. And to specify the generic argument here, I don't have inference for this. Yeah, I think that's it. There you go. Can I do the GPG then? Yeah, there you go. So yeah, this is this is nice. Let's do the push-ups and then continue. Hold on. All right, 30 push-ups, nice. Pound. All right, so this can run through the interpreter. Let's try compiling this to JavaScript. Cast compile JavaScript. It did compile. It did compile. Wait, does dbg actually compile? That would not compile. So there's probably something that is not going to work. Let's try running this. It was going to say dbg is not found. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the dbg is not found. That makes sense. Let's implement dbg for JavaScript then, maybe. Standard library. dbg. So dbg is like this. We have a value, we get the current output, and we have a native dbg value of type native dbg type. But so when I have a native thing like this, and I'm transpiling to JavaScript, it just writes the dbg to the output. It assumes that dbg is an existing function in JavaScript. I guess what I can do is just I do a cfg if target name is interpreter, then we do all that. I just have a completely separate implementation for it, maybe. If it's JavaScript, then I just want to... Then I'm just going to write to the output. Well, I'm not even going to write to the output. Like I'm literally just going to do console log in this case. I'm just going to console log the value, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Let's try. There you go. Wait, so what do I have here? What did we get as a result? We have type, which has the right, so this is my context. Wait a second, this is something wrong. Oh, wait, yeah, this is wrong. Hold on. I mean, I do see a hello world on the screen. So this means that I have two contexts, right? One of them was so this is the output, and this is the one that I actually injected, the hello world, being a string. All cage. Remember when you thought it would be easy to do 50 push-ups in a row? Maybe you can now? No, I don't think I can now, because I have not been doing push-ups for a long time. I don't think I can do 50 right now. Maybe 30 will be possible. I don't know. Maybe 50 will be. I don't really feel. I did 30 push-ups today. I don't feel anything. So yeah, I don't know. But I was not doing push-ups for like half a year at least, right? I don't know when was the last time I was doing them. Okay, so this is just output something that is wrong. Console log value. Oh, right. Because when so this is console log, and then I call the function with value. When I call any function and transpile to JavaScript, I actually call it with two arguments: the context and the value. That makes sense. So if I just say console log dollar value, I guess, like this, then it will call the console log with just the value, without my context. That makes sense now. No? You say undefined? Why do you say undefined? When I'm transpiling, oh, okay, let's just see the code. Let's just see the code then. Target code. Console log. Yeah, this is the function, right? I get the current value of this. The output, I guess I don't use the output in this case at all. I just do the console log. Okay, is there in JavaScript something similar to like console log is doing the is converting the thing to a string? Maybe JSON to string, is that like how you do it? So like so that it actually goes through the process std out, right? But then you convert it to a string then, right? Anyway, I return console log, so I am logging the thing, which is my argument. My argument is the value. This is my generic thing. Oh, what? Okay, never mind. Yeah, this doesn't matter here. context value this, which is that. This is my current string, so this is my code, okay. This was my generic. Yeah, yeah, hold on, I literally call it with the... No, hold on, with the undefined... Yeah, because it doesn't matter. Don't fully understand the question. Might be a me issue. Wait, which question? Did I ask a question? You want me to explain what I'm doing a little more? I'm transpiling my code to JavaScript, right? And something is not working here. This is me transpiling this code. So I have so I inject the context. I have the context system in my language. So basically I have a string, which is like a global string that I can like query then later using the current expression. So this queries the current value of the type t, right? And then I just try to debug print this. So I call a function with hello world being the implicit argument, kind of. The question is basically in JavaScript. So because I have the customization of the output, right? Like when I print something, it is not necessary that I want to print to the std out, which is what console log is doing, right? So I potentially want to print somewhere else, but I want the same behavior as the console log. So what is it actually doing before printing the object to the output? It is converting it to JSON string, right? Probably. So that's what I actually want in my implementation. I don't want the console log. I want to actually use the current output, whatever it is. But before that, I want to convert the thing to the JSON, right? So JSON dot object JSON. JSON parse. JSON stringify. Yeah, probably JSON stringify is what I want. What happens if I stringify like a function? That doesn't work. It's just undefined, so it cannot just like if it sees something that is not doable, then it's just doing that. Okay. I mean, it's better than nothing. Maybe eventually I will want to have like a custom debug implementation, but this is going to allow me to see something about this. So I say output dot write slash n, but I also want output write native JSON stringify value, right? JSON stringify is going to give me the string. I'll need to have a reference here. Probably. This is not correct code. Because that, like that. Okay. Wait, what is this? Throw new error invalid arg type. The chunk argument must be of type string or of instance. Oh, wait. Received undefined. Okay. So I stringified and I got the undefined. How do I how do I make sure that I have a string? Bam. Bam. I mean, if the value itself is undefined, yeah, maybe. Let's skip the console log for now. Like, so that's why my value itself is undefined. That's why I see the undefined here, right? That makes sense, maybe. If I try console log a list with this value, then it's going to be a list with a single element, which is undefined, all right? That makes sense. So my value is undefined, but why is it undefined? Value is of type T. This is my example. My value is the current T. Oh, because maybe, okay, maybe, oh wait, this actually, yeah, this is the bug. This is the bug that I was going to fix, exactly. So here's the thing, right? If over here I say current string, then we will try to run this code. Ah, shit, it didn't work. Let me just look through this code again, through the output of the thing. So I have console log this argument, which is being used here. Yeah, so I'm just trying to log the context type 6824, but I am assigning the hello world to type 6951, so it's a different type. There we go. That's the problem. That is the problem. Because the type is different for some reason. Right? Even though this is supposed to be a string, and this is like, these are both supposed to be the type string, so the ID should be the same. I kind of want this to be more, maybe let's try generating the more descriptive name instead of just ID. How do I do this? Type name, maybe? We have type IDs. Yeah, so context name is type this, right? But, name, unique. We have the escape identifier thing. So let's do that. What if I do type name is just going to, I'm just going to write this. So format context type like this. And then I do type name is escape identifier, which is the type name, so it works as an identifier. I mean, I guess it doesn't really need to work as an identifier. Maybe. But I can do context, ID, and then type name here. Used to do 100 push-ups in a row. I don't think I ever did that. Okay, there we go. So we have a context of type string 6824, and in this case we have a context underscore underscore underscore. So this means that when I'm doing the injection of the hello world, it is not inferred. This is where it's wrong. Okay. Yeah. So, and yeah, and over here we have the trying to get the output. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So basically it says that over here with hello world of type string, it cannot infer the type to be string, even though I literally said that it must be a string with the type ascription. Right? Why is that? Because this is still... No, I literally did the type description for this reason to be inferred. What about this? Hello, text string is hello world with text. This is supposed to be the same. But no, it says text is not defined. Wait, what? Wait, what is this now? What do you mean text is not defined? Text. Wait, I'm assigning it here, but I'm doing it to here? What's happening here? What is happening here? Context is this captured one. What? This makes no sense to me. If I don't do this, then it was fine. It's going to print me undefined because current string is not defined, right? This is supposed to not compile at all. Eventually. It says text 6801 is not defined. Because over here, it is indeed not defined. It's defined here. Captured. I'm capturing the text for some reason. Let's take a look at captured. Ensured captured a place because it's a place. No. No. This is also making a reference to the place, so like, yeah, ensure captured is only being pressed here. Maybe somewhere else. Captured name. Where has it been used? In the process captured. And over here, okay. Like this is making a reference. Oh, maybe it's because it's after the optimization of the JavaScript. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fine. Let's see expression inject context. So that's what's happening, right? When I'm injecting context, I say that I'm assigning to the context field, which is the context name, is going to be equal to this expression. Right? So context or the context type is equal to the actual value of the context. But the value of the context should be this variable, which I'm not supposed to be to go through the captured one. So my expression in this case is going to be just a binding, right? Expression binding. No? What's it called? What's it called? Type ref assign. Wasn't it called binding? Recursive string native let call function instantiate. Oh, it's a read place. Ah, wait, hold on. It's a read place. Yes, it is a read place. And the place expression then is going to be the binding. Yes. So you're saying that this binding is existing in the interpreter? Let me print here, print line. Place dot. I don't have a name here. I guess the binding symbol, right? Just say here capturing this symbol. Like there is no way I'm capturing. It says capturing text. Why am I capturing text? So this says that in the interpreter I have this symbol being defined to something. Oh, but the place... Oh, wait, hold on. No. You'll be fighting against the optimization of the compiler or typing inferences if you're unable to explicitly tell it otherwise. I'm not sure what you mean. No, this is just like some bugs. I'm not doing any optimizations. I mean, I'm doing a little bit of optimizations of the JavaScript so it's more readable. I can turn it off though. That's not the problem. So when I'm compiling, so here's what's happening. When I'm compiling the code, like this, let text string be hello world, right? When I'm seeing this line, the text exists in the compiler as a binding. But in the interpreter, so like, because my compiler is the interpreter, when I'm compiling, I'm also interpreting the code, technically, because we have comp time evaluation and stuff, right? So, but I thought that this should only exist in the compiler scope and not in the interpreter scope, right? Maybe that's not exactly it. Let's see. If I go for the compiler and I go for compiler, macro let I do inject bindings of the pattern, right? Inject binding. I mean, oh wait, hold on. Yeah. So like I am inserting in the compiler scope and into the interpreter scope too. But at the like if I want to run code at compile time that uses a variable that only exists at runtime, but I'm interpreting during compilation, then the value is going to be equal to the binding. Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe like this if is not correct when I'm transpiling this JavaScript, if this is a captured one or not, depends if this is a runtime or a compile time value. How do I figure this out? Scopes, I have the compiler scope and I can look up. This looks up the ID, yeah. So in the interpreter, the symbol, I wonder if there is a way to output your JavaScript in an optimization-friendly way. Do JavaScript minifiers also optimize the code or just the compression? I'm imagining there are tools that do optimizations too. Can you hook stages to turn pattern matches and stuff into efficient code? Well, I mean, I cannot do it right now, but I imagine that we can make the hooks for it. I don't think that's the priority right now. I do have the optimizations though right now. I have the optimize in my JavaScript, but this basically says like this: if I construct an object with a field and like potentially other fields, and I get the field immediately, then I just convert this JavaScript to this JavaScript, which just gives me the value of the field directly. Because I sometimes generate the temporary variable, get a reference to it, and then dereference it immediately, right? In my language in intermediate representation. So it just like looks like too much in the JavaScript. So I do this. If I have an anonymous closure, which is called immediately, then I do, yeah, if I have an anonymous closure that just returns X, and then I call it immediately, then I just can convert this to X. Like I have just these kinds of optimizations because of the way I'm generating code, basically. Okay, so I'm just I guess like over here I have this thing in the interpreter. And whether I need to capture the thing or not depends if this value is a binding or not, right? Yeah. Ensure captured place. Captured insert place. So maybe I say if place read. I should be able to read it, right? And if I get, so I should contain a value, right? Because I'm referencing it. This thing needs to be inferred. And the inferred value as binding. I don't have the binding, right? So so basically matches inferred value a binding like this. Is that what I want? Now if it is some, no, hold on, this should be not the binding, right? Yeah, it should not match. Otherwise it's some binding. Which is the runtime value, or none, then I guess I can just do the underscore here only. It would be nice, like, have you ever wanted this? So I'm doing the pattern matching, right, with an OR. So both sides of this should have the same set of bound values, but I want to have a name for this, even though I'm not using it. I can get it in the comment, I guess, binding. There aren't any issues with the compilation of the Rust code using any problems due to how it's optimizing the inferring types and interfering with how you want custom interpreted. Well, the Rust optimization doesn't change the code that's doing the inference because it's not because it's my code who is doing the inference, right? It's not the Rust inference, it's cast inference, which is implemented by me. If it's being optimized, it's like it's going to work still the same, right? Like I don't know. How would optimizations matter? Okay, so I compiled it. Okay. I compiled it. Now we have this be properly. So yeah, we have a hello world. then I assign it to this variable, and then I assign it to this. So now the only problem is, why is this context not inferred? So this says context and then 4 underscores. This is because this underscore in the position number 2 is the type of this text, which was supposed to be string, like over here, but it is underscore, which means not inferred type. So for some reason it did not infer the type of this. Why not? Maybe I just used the wrong variable. Let's see, JavaScript expression inject context. So context name, oh, of the data type. Yeah, this is wrong, because this T2SDE, hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I am working on my programming language. I am transpiling my language to JavaScript, because JavaScript is the best compilation target, obviously, right? Right? How is your language going? Are you still working on it? Wasting time with ARM64 Linux? Language next time? Too long Linux to do? Yeah. There's always a lot of things to do in Linux. I just decided, like I could spend a lot of time fixing a lot of issues that I have with my Linux, but I just choose not to. I already spent too much time setting up my I'm using NixOS. I think this was a mistake going into Nix. This is a huge time sink, although now that I'm using it, I cannot really see myself going to another distribution. So yeah, I am compiling my language to JavaScript. Why? Because I think that JavaScript is very easy as a to implement as a compilation target. It's pretty high level. I don't want to worry about the low level details at this point. Eventually I will have a compiler for which is like native too, but it's not a big priority. I want to focus on the high level features first. So I'm trying to make... So I already made the hello world work, and I solved like a leet code problem by transpiling it to JavaScript. But there are things that don't work. I have in my language the feature which is called the context system. So a context system is basically I need to like figure out how to explain this easier, but basically you have a value of a certain type, like in this case I have a hello world of type string, right? And then I inject this and into basically the scope, into the current into the current scope. So the value of type string is going to be available until I exit the scope. So any code can basically query what is the current string, right? Which is basically the form of providing implicit arguments and or like it's like a scoped global variable kind of thing. I've been saying NixOS was a mistake for over 6 months now. Well, I mean, it's just I cannot really like advise other people to go into the NixOS, I guess. Maybe it was not a mistake. Like always learning something is good, right? But it's just taking so much time. You know. Like maybe for some people, even like going for like Arch Linux is not worth it, right? They just don't want to tinker with their PC at all. They just want to install something that works and not spend any time configuring it. So VS Code instead of Vim, and Mac OS instead of Linux, I guess. But like I like tinkering, but NixOS might be just too much, is what I'm saying. So yeah, we have this context system, which is providing implicit arguments, kind of scoped global things, whatever we call it. Yeah. I don't know a lot of other languages that have this feature, but I heard that Jai has it. Odin language has this, although Odin has the fixed context type. I can have custom context types. And then there are languages with the effect systems, which are kind of similar, but effect systems also allow you to have the control flow. For me, the effect system would be combining the context system plus the control flow primitive, so I do want to have the effect systems too. Just not as a primitive, but as a combination of the context and the other primitives, which is being able to unwind and being able to construct the continuation objects. Anyway, so I'm trying to figure out why this code right now doesn't compile properly. Specifically, I'm transpiling this to JavaScript and I get this code. And when I am saying that current string should be hello world, it transpiles to this line right now. So this is the context of type underscore, but it should be a context of type string. And I didn't notice this bug over here. So I try to get the context name of the data type. What is the data type? This is the type of this expression, basically. But I should not have the type of this expression. I should have the type of the context. Yes, so I need to have here context data type, like this. This should fix it, I think. Let's see. I should see a hello world now. Again. Please. It is there! Nice. It is there. And I guess since this is DBG, I don't want to have the console log. I want to actually JSON stringify the thing. In this standard library, when I'm doing the DBG, we want to write the JSON stringify value, and then that's it. Because this is supposed to write the debug output. If I run this code through the interpreter, then it prints hello world of type string. We don't have the types in JavaScript world, so I just debug output the value itself. Yeah, okay. This is good. This is progress. This is progress. But now the actual bug that I have in this code, so the reason I was making this a generic one, so this is supposed to be a function that works for all types T. Now, if over here I say instead of the current string, I try to query the current type T, right? And then I try to compile and run this code through JavaScript, then it will say that I received the undefined. Can I say over here that I want to write, like, can I make sure that I stringify the undefined and I want to get the undefined? Node JSON stringify undefined. Like, why does this not return me a string which is undefined? Or is undefined not undefined is not correct JSON, right? I want to have like the representation. It's not like really JSON. Because if I say like JSON, right, this says object JSON. What if I say JSON stringify JSON? This looks different, right? I want to see this probably instead of that. My var question mark null. If I stringify null, it will work. Yeah, so this one is doing a string. What if I have like an object where field is undefined? I want to have the field which is undefined. You know what I mean? Like I want if I like, you see the difference between this output and this output? I want this output. How do I get this one? In JavaScript, how to get the string which is being outputted by console log without actually logging. Util format, is this the one? This one doing a custom function in the browser. It is doing JSON stringify, but JSON stringify is like... Oh wait, it returns string arg. Wait, what? Because JSON stringify can fail? It can throw an exception? String arg. What if you just a string? It's a function. String field undefined. Yeah, that's not exactly that. Format util format field undefined. That's what I want, right? That's doing it. Util format undefined. Util format hello world. This one is not correct. So like util format is the first argument is a string, then it's doing something different, right? Because this is not returning me the quoted hello world. What's util format? JavaScript. Maybe I need to have like the first argument as placeholder string JSON. It's replaced with a circular object or JSON. So what if I do %j defined? This works. %j hello world. That works. That's exactly what I want. Field undefined. Okay, what if I do O? Maybe O? I think O works. Or hello world too, kind of. But it's like, so like for the, in this case, it's doing the single quoting instead of double quoting though. Maybe %O is what I want. But if I have so like and we can also have the circular ones, right? Let x be this, and then x dot field is x, right? So like this is how it's doing it in the output anyway. So I want to have literally the same output. So we do util format %O x. There you go, and it's doing literally the same thing. There you go. That's what I need. Util format %O and the value. Util is not defined. Why is util not defined? If I run node, then I have the util. Or is the or if whenever in the REPL it gives me more things like, and if I do it through a file, then it needs to be manually imported. Is that the case? Yes, util. Like I need to require it, right? Node util. Can I just require over here? Capture this std out? What do you mean? What do you mean, lamao? There we go. So, okay, sure. This is nice. So once again, with a string, I will see the hello world as a string, single quoted, because it's JavaScript. But yeah. So this is the bug that I need to fix. The T needs to work. I just commit what I did already. Press whatever. So I need to fix this. Here's the problem. This is a generic thing, right? When I'm so I'm compiling my generics once, but when I'm compiling this, it thinks that T is a type, but T is a type which is not known yet. It will only be known when I actually call this generic and instantiate it with a concrete type. But I'm compiling it to JavaScript once, and when I compile it, it doesn't like I am supposed to not have the not like the like types that don't have like concrete types known yet. Right? So instead, when I'm instantiating this with a type string, I should instantiate this generic and have a separate compiled version of this function which replaces T with a string, right? So this is the process that's called monomorphization, right? And I don't have it because I don't need it for the interpreter. But when I'm compiling the code, it's because the types don't exist at the runtime of JavaScript. Like I cannot do any anything with the type. So like right now, this has been just transpiled into the function that takes the T as type. But types are just being replaced with undefineds in my current implementation. We can see in this code. We can see in this code specifically. So this is over here. I have the function. And then this is the generic function. So the generic is the thing which takes the type as an argument. So this is called T, right? Because that's my argument of the generic. And this is all wrong now. So instead of doing that, we need to do... So I need to like get rid of the arguments that are of types that cannot exist at runtime. For example, type. So we treat types as values in the language, but the JavaScript cannot treat types as values. So we need to get rid of those when I'm doing the compilation. So I think in general, like it's not only about the generics. I can have a function that takes the type as an argument, not only a generic. So whenever I see a function and I see its arguments, and the argument is something that cannot exist at runtime, then every time I call this function, I need to ensure that the argument that should exist at runtime is available at compile time, and I need to generate a new version of the function which replaces that argument with the constant, and then compiles that again separately, right? Monomorphization. In Rust. Wait, why do they say in Rust monomorphization on the Wikipedia? Why is the first thing in this article Rust? This is not specific to Rust, right? Monomorphization is a compile time process where polymorphic functions are replaced by many monomorphic functions for each unique instantiation. It is considered beneficial to undergo the mentioned transformation because it results in the output intermediate representation having specific types, which allows more effective optimization. I don't think it's only about the types, it's about like things that are supposed to be compile time only, basically. Okay, so how should this look in my code? I feel like we have this thing which is called compiled function. So we have compiled functions where body is a pattern and a body is an expression, argument is a pattern, right? So I can see Rust, because Rust has been bringing the terminology to regular people. I thought monomorphization existed before Rust though, and it was called monomorphization still, like when C++, like C++. Or C++, does C++ not call it monomorphization? Similar terms. The term monomorphization appears to be used exclusively by Rust and Rust-related literature. The C++ called it template instantiation instead. Okay, yeah. Sure. But it's the same thing. What is the reason for treating types as values? Most newer languages are doing that now. Well, I mean, it's because, so it's because we want powerful meta-programming. That's the reason. I don't think it's most newer languages that are doing that. There's not too many languages that do it, right? There's Zig. What else? What else is there? What other language is doing that other than Zig? I mean, there is a lot of, research functional programming languages. The functional programming languages with dependent types are treating types as values, like Idris, for example. But, I don't know. It's not a new language. And not a popular one. But I guess like Zig is the most mainstream one that's doing that, and we want it for the same reasons as Zig. We want to write, because we want to run code at compile time that generates like other code, like think derived macros of Rust, right? But derived macros of Rust, they don't have access to the type information. So we want to have the access to the type information. And like in general, you have a generic type like this over here, right? Why do we need a separate language for generics? If a generic type is just a function taking a type as an argument and returning a new type. That's how they do it at Zig. That's how it's, that just makes the language, it's just a simpler model to me. It just makes sense, you know? What's a generic function? It's just a function that takes a type as an argument and returns the function that is working for the concrete type, right? Like, it just makes it less special of a feature if you treat types as values. You don't need a separate language because of that, for defining your generics, for like, we also don't want to, like, there is also a separate language for macros in Rust, right? Which we don't want that. So we want to be able to treat AST as value too, not only types. So we work on the AST level similarly. Because Rust is using the technically accurate terms from academia, because intellectuals work on it. Lots of functional language people in that space. True in your case, because it's not implemented as a special compiler operation. You're allowing the language to be expressed enough to do the same thing without special code in the compiler. I mean, that's like why people think like a lot of people think Zig is doing it, right? Because of that, right? Like you just, I have it as a little bit differently than Zig though. I do treat like generics and like just functions a little differently, for the reason that is the inference. Zig does not do the inference of the generic arguments, but I do. So the only difference between a function and a template for me is that the template arguments can be omitted, and which means that they will be automatically inferred. But other than that, they are just normal functions. All right, but yeah, anyway, I think like a lot of the features that we have in the language is basically unifying all of these specialized features that are in languages like Rust. Like, because I have the context system and like unwind system plus delimited continuation, combining all of these three things, I can implement features that are built into the language, like Rust or most of the languages, which is like breaking out of a loop, for example, right? It's implemented as a library feature. It's not a built-in feature. We can see this in the standard library. We have break. It's like, and like in general, like the loops, the for loops that are implemented in the language. It's not a built-in functionality. Why are you calling it template instead of polymorphic function? Because it's not always a function. The template can be result in anything. It can be like, if the template returns a type, then it's a generic type, polymorphic type. I call them templates, but maybe we should call them generics. I don't know. That's the only change, maybe, potentially. Like, what's the difference between generics and templates? The only difference is when it's type checked, right? At instantiation time or at definition time. As far as I understand, that's the terminology. So it's closer to generics than templates. Tin, tin. What do we do? What was I doing? I was doing something. Ah, yes, the monomorphization, of course. I'm just thinking, what should it look like? Like, because the JavaScript compiler should just ask for the function to be monomorphized or something like that. So that's why I was looking at compiled function, right? So compiled function is this. And then I want for compiled function, or maybe like for cast or something, compiler. Let's go here. Maybe. Function mono or wise or whatever. Right. So I have the compiled function, which is the compiled function. And then like what should be the argument here, right? So the compiled function, once again, it's the argument. So I want to provide like the way my functions work, my functions are always functions of a single argument, but the argument is a pattern which can bind multiple variables, right? So it can be a tuple of two things, which makes it a function with two arguments, basically. So inside of this pattern, we have some bindings. And for every binding, I might potentially want to give the concrete value, I think. So when I monomorphize, I say, you know, provided values. So I want to provide the values to some of the bindings, right? So this would be like, I guess, a hash map of from a binding to an actual value, which I assign to that binding, right? So these are the values that should be treated as constants, basically, right? Is this the good API for this? And then this should give me this should give me the new compiled function, right? Which is recompiled, changing the some of the bindings with concrete values, right? So it should give me a new compiled function, right? I think so. Let's make this async for the future. I don't know if I will need to and give it the result. It can fail potentially. Okay, so basically what we say is that the new function is going to be a function that is taking the rest of the bindings, those bindings for which I do not provide a value, right? I think that. So I say compiled function, I go for this argument, and I go over its bindings. So these are all of my arguments. Arguments, push, binding. Args. So this is now going to be a list of bindings. So all of the variables that the function expects. For some of these, we provide the value. Okay. So all of the remaining arguments should be the new arguments of the new function that I'm compiling. There's a hash set here. Maybe tree set, so it's ordered. Anything that's ordered is better. So then I go for args. So I have the new arguments. The new arguments is going to be a pattern. It's going to be a pattern tuple, because I potentially will have these other arguments, right? What's the data? Compiled function args data span clone. Initialize self. Initialize that tuple. So what's this tuple? This is expected to be a tuple of patterns. So tuple empty, and then we go for argument in arguments. If provided values doesn't contain the argument, then it's part of the new arguments, right? So if you don't provide that, it is part of the new arguments. Just add the unnamed one, which is the binding. Bind mode claim data argument. Do I have the span for the symbol span? Yes. So the binding will be argument like this. So I return compiled function where argument is new arguments, and then body is something new body. So what will be the new body? The new body is going to be basically me converting the new arguments into the old arguments and then calling the old body, right? So, which is basically combining the new arguments and the provided values and then pattern matching against the old argument pattern, right? New body. New body. Expression. Then. A list. New body. Data. Compiled function. Body. Data span. Initialize self. Yeah. just inline this here. So new arguments is just a tuple with unnamed arguments, and then the new body is the list of instructions. The last instruction is going to be basically the old body, right? The last instruction is going to be yeah. The new body. Push compiled function body like this. But before that, I need to convert the arguments from old arguments to the new arguments. Should this even be the same? Maybe this should be a new binding. So new body, push. Wait, do I even have this? Well, I mean, hold on. We have new body, push. Expression. I need to assign. And to assign. So I need to construct like the value which represents the old arguments. And then I need to assign it. Assign the expression. Which is let, where the pattern is the old pattern. So compiled function argument clone, like this. Compiled function argument data span. Initialize. Now what do you want? Okay. So I say basically let the old pattern be equal to something. Now what's the value? Now what is the value? Now what is the value here? So I need to combine the new arguments with provided values to construct a value of the old pattern, which matches the old pattern. Value. A new value which matches the old pattern. Construct value of the pattern being the old pattern, given the provided values. Yes. But I want this to be different ones. Yeah, these bindings, I want new bindings here. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a different one. So, new arg bindings is going to be it's going to be collection, just I guess a hash map from the old binding to the new binding. Over here, it's not the old binding, it's the new argument. So this should be new arg bindings. Dot entry for argument or insert with. So what I do here, arg new binding. How do I just make a new binding? So the symbol is going to be the symbol. The type mutability compiler scope. Mutability is read only. Compiler scope. I'm not sure why this is there. Why is this there? Compiler scope cast self scopes compiler. Oh. What? I'm not sure. So the type would be the same as the old type, right? But what's the symbol? So should I make a new symbol here? Symbol. I guess I just do the new symbol here. So I just generate a new ID here is the important part. Span would be argument symbol span. Name would be argument symbol name clone. Right, so I just clone the name, I clone the span, but the ID is new. It's like very similar symbol, but it's a new one. Monomorphization of monomorphization is what I'm doing. So now I want to construct a value for the given pattern, given the provided values. Let's do this. Constructor with provided values and new arg bindings dot construct value. How about this? I'll have a struct constructor which has a new arg bindings, which is a hash map from the old binding to the binding. And then we have the provided values. the hash map for binding to the value, right? So every binding should be either provided or should be replaced with a new binding. One of these two. Implement constructor. So I want to construct a value for the pattern, which is the pattern, right? This should give me is this a like this is expecting a place expression, but I think this should just give me an expression. So this one is also going to be async and everything. I will need a cast here. So we are going to match the pattern. If I want to construct the placeholder, wait, hold on. But if I have the placeholders, then I need. Wait, hold on a second. So what are we doing? We have a function. So let's say we had a function before which took I don't know, which took underscore, which means that it's a placeholder, and then it took like a of type like int, right, and took b of type string, for example, right? And I want to do the monomorphize where a is equal to 1 to 3, right? So I want to have a new function which has a being now a constant of being 1 to 3. I will usually do this for types, but like I do it for any value, it doesn't matter. So this should give me a function that just takes b as a string, basically, because that's the only binding here that doesn't have the value. Like this over here is the placeholder, so it can be anything. It also means that when I'm calling the function, I will only need to provide the values for the bindings. Like this, yeah. Okay. Which means that the new pattern here, like I don't know the value of this, and I don't care about it anymore. Kind of. So I don't do this. I don't assign to the old pattern. I don't do that. No. Because I just need to assign only to the new bindings. Right? Yeah, I need to only assign to the new bindings. I mean, I need to assign all of the old bindings. That's what I need to do. So these are all of my arguments. So I need to assign to the pattern. So this pattern is going to be then pattern. It's going to be also a tuple. It's going to be a tuple. And over here, I just say fields. So I need to assign all of the old arguments, right? So for argument in arguments fields, add new unnamed one, which is going to be pattern binding, where binding would be this old argument. Yes, exactly. Bind mode is claim. Not sure about this one. Data. We just have this pen. And I need to initialize this too. So I assign all of the old bindings that we needed to. But what do I assign it to? To the tuple containing of the new values and the old, yeah, of the new bind. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I don't need the constructor. I don't need the constructor. So the value would be expression tuple just call this argspan. This. So what's the tuple here, right? This is the tuple of expressions. So we should have the same order. But now this is not patterns. This is actual inner expressions, which is going to be fields and unnamed. So now this depends on if it is provided value or not. So if the provided value is there, right? Yet the provided value for the argument this needs to be boxed, sure. So if there is a provided value, then I just give you a constant, right? I replace this with a constant. Oh wait, and this also needs a place expression. Hold on. Yeah, this is a boxed place expression. Place expression. I need a temporary value. Yeah, where value is the expression, like this. And then data would be argspan. Do I need to initialize this too? Of course. Visualization is here. Okay, so I have a constant where the value is this value, the provided value, right? So I substitute the sum of the arguments with the provided value. So I clone them here. Do I move them? I don't know. We do move. Like I can just claim them, right? Of removing from this hash map. Mutable key type. Yeah, turn this indentation crazy. Why don't I use the bindings? I mean, I could. But like, and then I need to provide a good name for this. I'm just writing code, and then I can. I mean, I guess I can. I'm just so like, I'm doing the assignment, right? I'm making a new expression. I say assign this to that. So I have a new temporary thing, which is a tuple with these fields. I guess this over here I would extract. I just need a name for it. Like what is this? This is the yeah, and like similarly these ones, right? So these fields is the patterns, and this one are the values. To get the actual bindings that are needed by the function. I don't know. I don't worry about this too much. Yes, it's indented, but whatever. You want to refactor my code? Like, I kind of feel like it's just like the Rust formatter. Like we could just do this, you know? We could just do this. Maybe. No. Like the fact that just creating a box, it creates a new level of indentation is like at least the boxes here could be done like this, right? That removes 2 levels of indentation if I just do that. You know? But that's not what the Rust formatter does. I can have a value and convert it into a boxed value by saying dot into probably, right? That would remove the indentation too. All right, I worry about the semantics first. I don't worry about the code formatting too much. But yeah, I do scroll the code horizontally now. You do want to work on CAS, but you would have to choose between multiple projects, my own game faced, and my Nixos config. Yeah, it's always a choice, so yeah. I choose not to work on my Nixos config too much. For example, that I don't spend too much time on it. Alright, so I am assigning all of the things. And that's it. Wait, and that is it. And then we just proceed with the old body. Right? So the old body can work if I give it all of the bindings that the old pattern expected. So now we have just a new function which takes just the new argument. So all of the bindings that were not provided. Now, I mean that's not exactly everything, because I need to change the type inference in some of these, because I have provided some of the types, right? Which means that I am able to substitute some of the bindings in the old body, right? So this compiled function body that I add over here in the end would have, if in all of the type inferenced things, it can have the substitute bindings. So do I just have the substitute bindings for the expression? I think I do. Substitute bindings. It needs to be implemented for the expression. Where is it implemented? Substitute bindings. Yeah. 14 implementations. For all the types, for all the values, for names, for context, and now for expressions too. So this is what it should be. Here. So I implement substitute bindings for expression. Target is going to be just self. So I need to substitute bindings. I provided to the cast and the new recurse cache. All right. Let's move out. Substitute bindings. This takes self by yeah. Okay, so I do clone here. Fine. Okay. So now, when I substitute the bindings, all I need to do, since expression is just this enum, right? I need all of the bindings that exist are inside of this data, the expression data. So there are contexts and types here, which needs to be substituted. I think that is it. And then I need to do it recursively for all of the inner expressions too. Yes. Okay. You removed add a comment redeem. I can bring it back if you want. You want to add a comment to my beautiful code? La, 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 la. Add a comment. Check out your stuff. Change of plans. Suggestion. There we go. I enabled all of my comments. Waste points. All of the commands are there. You want to do the push-ups? I want to do the push-ups. just to get some blood flowing, you know. You did 21? You did more than me? I did 20. You just did 21 just to do more than I did, right? Of course. It reset your push-ups from earlier? Oh wait, did it? Oh, it reset my push-ups too. It said I did 20 push-ups. Oh, because it's not... It's the other day now, you know? It's the other day. I mean, for me, it's 1 a.m. right now. Because the other push-ups... I started the stream yesterday and it's already tomorrow, you know? Alright, so we're doing substituting the bindings. For anyone who is wondering what this means is... when I have a code like this, let's have a simpler example. For example, right? I have a function, f, which takes argument a and b, and returns, for example, a plus b, right? So this simple function, which adds two numbers together, I want to, for example, create a new version of this function, which replaces a with a constant. So a function that adds two to the other to some other thing, right? So I need to replace all of this code with the new code, which replaces a with a concrete thing. Usually I do this just for the types. So for example, if we have a generic thing for all t, which says, for example, t.parse, to parse the string 1 to 3 into the type t, right? So when I give the concrete type here, it will replace this, right? I mean, this is not exactly the same. You just say parse 1 to 3, and you parse it into t, basically, is what you want to say, right? So in the type description, you would also be substituting the thing so that you know the concrete type when you want to evaluate this code. But I guess it is just more generic. We want to replace all the bindings that we know the value of with the corresponding constants. So substitute bindings means that I actually need to have these bindings in my thing. Right, substituting the bindings should be done not with self, but self with the scope which has all of the constants, all of the provided values are there. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Cast is self, so I want to enter a scope, I guess, and then like provide all the values there. Right? Yeah, so I just go for binding and value in provided values. Just interpreter. Just assign. Wait. What am I doing here? Assign. Turn match. Scopes interpreter insert. Insert. I need a symbol and value and mutability. I think it should be read-only here. The value would be a cloned value. And assignee, I mean not assignee, the symbol would be binding symbol, right? Okay. So substituting the bindings here. I basically need to do the full match here probably. And then go over all these variants. So for example, if I see a reference to a place, then I need to say basically reference where place is place substitute bindings. Like I need literally for every field. I need like a macro here. How do I do this easily? Is there an easy way to do this? Let's do it with when it's not formatted yet. So for example, I want all of these to be converted into basically themselves, right? But then every single field needs to be substituted. I will, you know what? I will generate this code. I will just generate this code. Expression. Because literally every single field there needs to be substituted, I think, right? Yeah, I will have derive macros, expression, substitute bindings. That's what I want. And I guess for all types of the expressions, for the expression, for place expression, for type expression, for sign expressions, and for place expressions, and for patterns too. Okay, let's go to the derive macros. I need another derive macro. Expression. Substitute bindings. All right, so I have the thing. Let's see, what do I need to do here? So I implement. Let's start with this struct. I mean, this is always going to be an enum though, so maybe I don't care about the structs here. Let's go for enums. So I implement substitute bindings for this identifier. I say type target is self. Substitute bindings into the self binding, self target, which is basically self. So I just match self, and then we have all of the variants. So what are the variants? What are the variants? I go over the variants. And then I match self-identifier, field names, which are all the fields in the variant. And then I do also self-ident, right? So every field name, field so field names, field substituted fields. Substituted fields. Yo, Pomo, hello. How are you doing? Is there a game jam around or something? Is D2 jam soon? Wait, when is the D2 jam? It's in September, right? Is it? I think it was September. September 5th, right? Yeah. You don't need a reason to come here, you silly goose. Alright, welcome. Enjoy your stay here, if you're going to stay. I'm making my programming language. I don't know if you've seen my programming language yet at all. My plan for the programming language, by the way, if we're talking about programming language and the game jams, my plan is to start making games with it, right? Maybe I will have some, like I have the JavaScript transpiler, so I feel like I'm not very far from being able to write simple games with it. Like I just need to have a little couple more features, and I will be able to draw a triangle on the screen. And once we have the triangle on the screen, like you already know it, we basically can do anything, right? Kubi game on Kubi code on Kubi engine, Kubi language, yes. Kubi compiler. Well, I mean, it's a I'm compiling my language to JavaScript. It's a transpiler, so it's which is a transpiler is a compiler, right? Yeah. Mm. Mm. Substituted fields. All right, so what is the substitute fields? This is fields. Field identifier. I don't. Okay, there's also skip, right? Okay, we can do. We can potentially skip the substitution. So if we have substitute skip, I guess. So we will have attribute. This will be expressions substitute bindings, and this will be attributes substitute. I can substitute skip. If it's skip, then I will just return identifier is equal to the identifier. Right? So this is initializing the field. I guess, but saying compile to machine code. Machine code is also going to come later. It's just like specifically for game jams, machine code doesn't matter much, right? Because you want your games to be played in the browser, so JavaScript makes more sense. That's why I'm doing JavaScript and not the machine code. Because that's what the browser understands. There's also WebAssembly, but JavaScript just easier. Okay, so then I just call this identifier is identifier dot substitute bindings cast recurse cache. That's what I want, right? Cast cache. That's what I do. Why not WASM? WASM is more difficult. One of the biggest things is the absence of the jump instructions in the WASM. They are going to add it eventually, but it is not there yet. It's important to have the coroutines, which I really want. You cannot think about how you implement just unwinding in JavaScript in the WebAssembly. As far as I know, imscripten does the unwinding. So like the way imscripten implements exceptions when compiling to WebAssembly is that from the WebAssembly they call into the JavaScript which throws exception, and then like that's how you go up the stack in the WebAssembly, because otherwise there is no way to do it. I mean, I guess you could return from every function an extra argument, an extra return value, which says whether or not you should be unwinding further. That's just one example. Another example, is actually like the continuations, right? So like the futures. I need to not only jump up the stack, but also jump back to the place, right? I need to suspend the execution and then return to it later. So I need the jump instructions, which WebAssembly doesn't have at this point. That's one of the that's the biggest thing, probably. If they had it, I would probably go for WebAssembly. But I mean, it's just like a lower level thing. Maybe it still is more work to go for the WebAssembly compared to the JavaScript. Let's see. So I can do a substitute skip for the fields that don't need to be substituted. Proc macro is missing error entry for crate ID. Wait, what? Have you seen it? Oh, it's an internal error of the Rust analyzer. Amazing. Or is it because I was not finished writing my stuff yet? Lister from ident to string. Using quote stringify ident is odd. I mean, there is not much reason. I mean, there is not much difference. Stringify. Yes, stringify is here in the display, right? Yes, stringify, it is here. Yeah, I guess you could do that. But this is what I would write by hand, basically. Because by hand you do not have the access to the listers, I guess. And what's ident to string anyway? What if the identifier is raw? I'm not going to look into it. Proc macro map is missing error entry for crate. Maybe I need to restart a Rust analyzer. I thought you were gone anyway. But you're still here. Or did you already come back? Welcome back. Okay, no method name substitute bindings for struct binding. Oh yes, so we yeah, okay, the pattern which is a binding. No, this is fine. Hold on, no. So this over here needs to be a substitute skip. This one also needs to be skipped. The name should be skipped. This one should not be skipped. Optional box pattern. Yeah. So since this is generic, this data also needs to have substitute bindings inside, I guess. But then yeah, tuples need to have substitute binding and everything. Yeah. No method for tuple. Okay, let's implement it for tuples. I have it for options. Also need to implement substitute bindings for tuple t. Right? Target is tuple t target. So this would be self map value substitute bindings test cache. That is simple. It looks like a Siny expression is fine. This is saying that okay, so yeah, the place expression. I feel like this over here needs to have a custom code. So this variant needs to have custom code. Also, we need to have this for boxes, right? For box T, target is box T target. Self substitute bindings cache box new like this. All right, target binding. So like this over here needs to have a custom implement. So like basically, if I see a place expression which refers to a binding, and I know that the binding, I know the value of the binding, then I can substitute it with a constant, right? Which is going to be like a temporary. Yeah, it's going to be a temporary constant instead of being a binding, right? Yeah. Substitute. They substitute. Fixed. Thanks for noticing the typo. And then we have another internal error of the Rust analyzer. Nice. So this I want this to be custom. So substitute with substitute place binding. Then we'll have function substitute place binding. Maybe I will have like a method on a place expression, which would be a function substitute place. Ding. Yeah, it will need like cast, cache, and it will also need the all of the fields here. Or it could be like self completely. So this is the custom one, match self. Like it means that it must be the binding here. Otherwise unreachable. So this would be cast. I don't know how we do it. Type substitute bindings for the type shape. So if it's a binding, then I need this thing, right? If it's a binding, I need to do that. So I match cast scopes interpreter get binding symbol. And this does not need to be a type. It does not need to be an inferred value either. I just clone the value from this place. And this is my value. So I will... So this should return self, I guess. And this will be self temporary, new temporary, temporary, new temporary. And where expression is going to be a constant expression, where value is that. Data. It's going to be binding symbol span. And I will need to initialize. Oh wait, hold on. But then it means that I need to initialize it. But since this is a constant initialization, for a constant, it's just like this. So I can do future. So we do now or never. Dot unwrap. Expect. Constant not initialized immediately. Right. And this needs to be also expected. Failed to initialize constant. There's a double here. Use of partially moved value self. Yeah, I just do the reference here. Data, I don't care about the data. Just care about the binding here. That's not exactly correct. In this case, I say self binding, where binding Yeah, we do the move here. So binding keeps being the binding, and data is data. Oh, yeah, I do get the data here. But in this case, we say data substitute bindings cast cache. Because the type of the binding potentially needs to be substituted or something. Okay, so I need in the derive macro. Then if the variant, right? If variant attributes, I find the substitute attribute dot how do you do this? Meta. It's meta. Attribute. What do we have here? An attribute like wrapper transparent. Parse the arguments to the attribute as a syntax tree. This is similar to pulling out the token stream from meta list and doing syn parse too, except that using parse args, the error message has a more useful span and tokens is empty. The surrounded limiters are not included in the input to the parser. This is what gets parsed. My value is less than 5. What was this called? Parse args, right? Do I just not need parse args? Parse args? Parses the arguments to the attribute as a syntax tree. So we just have any tokens there, right? Can I parse like a field the equal value? How do we do this usually? I do the parse args already. Oh, I parse arguments into the identifier, but I want to parse it into key value, right? Why do I need to Google every time I use the syn? How to parse my attribute key is value syn. Meta name value. This is what I want, right? Yeah, we can do the parse meta and then do that. Do I do the parse meta? No, but I remember doing that before. Parse nested meta. Parse the arguments to the attributes except to follow the conventional structure used by most Rust built-in attributes. Parse nested meta. That's the logic. What? So we have a wrapper. Parse args with. Parse terminated. What? Did they change the API? This is so odd. Where's the parse meta that I had before? There's only parse nested meta. No method. Parse. Parse args. Can I just say sin at name value? Can I do this because this is parsable? Maybe. Just unwrap. Yeah, this is not the any. I just need to filter and then map. Like this. Okay, I think this is parsable. All right, maybe this is how I do it. So I have a name value, which is meta name value, which has a path and value and equal token. Yeah. So if name value path is equal to, can I do this? Expected path found stir. Path dot is identifier. Is that what I can do? I guess. So if this is identifier with, right? Then name value dot value. This is an expression. Sum and value. Else let, I guess just find is what I want. Let with is this. So this is an optional expression then, right? No, not find. It's just filter. It's just filter again. Filter map is what I want. Filter map next. And this will give me the optional expression. Yep. Okay, so if I have the thing, if let some expression is with, then I just return quote. So self identifier with whatever fields is just going to be returned with expression, or maybe it's like self expression. Maybe it is self expression fast cache like this. Essentially, I'm just wondering if then I need this thing. Probably not needed if it's just parsed as an expression. Wait, what did it say? Let's stop the Rust analyzer. Rock macro derived produced unparsable tokens. Amazing. I love it. Let's just return quote here like this. It's just going to be a non-exhaustive match then, potentially. And some other errors. Yeah, method not found in member. Option compiler scope does not implement the thing. Method not found in bool. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But so this over here is unparsable tokens. Why? This is an expression, right? It was parsed successfully. Is that expected comma following by a match arm? Oh, maybe I need a comma here? Yeah, because, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I include the comma in this match arm. Yeah, I just need a comma here, whatever. Okay, and then I need to implement this substitution for more things. For example, no method names have to use place binding or place expression data. Place expression data. For any kind of data which can be substituted, right? Which also means that my derive macro should add the substitute to the generic arguments. Okay. So I need where clause to be that where clause. Start server again, please. Give me auto-completion. What do I do here? Where clause? What is this? Where clause? Predicates. Predicates. Where clause? Where clause? Oh, it's an optional where clause. How do I add to the where clauses in Rust here? Something. How to add rate bounds to generics when writing custom derive. Add trade bounds generics. Okay, so we do it before splitting. We do it before splitting. That not generics is input generics. Generics params or param and generic params param dot it's the param. It's a generic param. If it's a type, okay. If flat sin generic param type param is param. This is a type param which has bounds. Param bounds push. That's a syntax tree. Okay, a push value which is type param bound. And then a parse quote there. Okay. Sin parse. Wait, what is parse quote? What is parse quote? Where's parse quote from? Parse quote is from sin. But maybe I need a feature for it. Module parse quote is private. But if I do this, oh, it's there. And feature parsing and printing. Parse quote. So this is the bound. The bound is going to be substitute bindings. Yes. Oh, okay. All right, so we have that. I mean, actually, technically, no. That's not what I want. I want to substitute not for all of them. Yeah, I don't want to substitute for all of them. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, whatever. Self new temporary. Self temporary. Value is new expression constant. I guess I just do the inline initialization here, though, then. It's the data here. Well, I mean, the data should be the same, right? The data here should be the same. But then the constant, this thing, should be actually expression data, right? Which has span, which is binding symbol, span tone, and then the type, which is value type. And this is my value. So I'll move it later. Then contexts would be empty. Yeah, that is fine then. Okay. Now what? Now we say that tuple assignee expression doesn't satisfy assignee expression substituted bindings. What do you mean? That's what I'm implementing here, though, right? Perhaps you need to implement it. That's what I'm doing. Mismatched types. Expected option box. Found option box. Because it was already boxed. Okay, makes sense, I guess. Because I had added the implementation for the box when substituting. Okay. The method substitute bindings exists for expression, but the train bounds are not satisfied. Expression data doesn't satisfy. Yeah. So expression data also needs to have this. So implement substitute bindings for expression data. This one would be simple. Target is self. Substitute bindings. So this would be self. Type is self type substitute bindings. Span is self span, and context is self context substitute bindings, like this, right? I also implement substitute binding for type expression data, although this one doesn't do anything. This one doesn't do anything. Just return self because there's only a span inside. Actually, yeah, let me just self span is self span. In case I add the fields later. What am I working on? I am adding monomorphization so that I can compile more code to JavaScript, because previously I was just compiling my generics as normal JavaScript functions, but obviously in the JavaScript world the types don't exist. Like it's not in only the JavaScript. When I'm compiling my code, the types should be erased, which means that when I call something with a type, like a generic, for example, right, is just a function with a type being its argument, I need to instead construct a new version of the function with the type given. So that's what I'm doing. Does that make sense? Although right now I have been like implementing the substitutions of the bindings. So like when I'm making a concrete version of a function where some like generic argument, or I guess in general, some like I just make it the generic thing. I can fix not only the type but any argument to the function. Basically, can be like said that I want this to be a constant, right? Like for example, like if I have a generic like in Rust we have const generics, right? Which would also be monomorphized. So like just the general mechanism is having a function which takes multiple arguments, and you just fix some of the arguments to concrete values, because we treat types as values, so there is no difference for me at all. So I want to substitute in the body of the function everything that like refers to that binding, with the constant being the value, right? Because that's because it is now not a runtime value but a compile time value, so I can just replace all of the things with the constants. That's what the substituting bindings is about, kind of. That's what I'm working on actually substituting the bindings with the values. Assign expression. This error that Rust Analyzer gives me is not method substitute bindings. This is for option box pattern, but it's bound not satisfied. This is because there is a pattern data. Yes, that's it. So I implement substitute bindings for pattern data. 2. Target is self. Self type is self type. Substitute bindings. Span is self span. You can optimize the function better too, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could optimize it better too. I'm not worried about the optimizations though right now. What I want is to make my code work, right? And not everything that can work in my interpreter can work in the compiled code, right? One example is the types. The types should be erased when I'm compiling. But maybe there will be other things too. Expected type parameter data. Found associated type data target. Okay. Wait, can I have... I feel like the generics should not be there. Like I need to only... Like, okay, I need to fix my derived macro again. I think what I want, since I have like the default types for my generics there, I want to get rid of the generics, right? Simple generics, type generics. I feel like the type generics should be just my default thing. So the type parameter has the default type. There we go. This is what I want. So I don't even want the where clauses then at all. I don't want the generics. I just want to find the default data type. Default data type is generics rams iterate find map, right? Find map ram if let send generic ram type, like I only make it work for my thing. It's not a generic deriver. To have a generic type parameter, then I return some param default unwrap. Like I need this default to be there. It is always there. The default data type is just a type. This needs to be there, so I also unwrap here. This is input generics. So this is a type. And then I implement, not for generics, I make not a generic, but a concrete implementation for the identifier hashtag default data type. Go. Which means that, once again, this thing in the intimate representation, in the place expression, this is not going to work. This needs to be not generic anymore. Just place expression like this. Okay. And then no method substitute binding for the member, because this over here, field access member, this needs to be skipped. Substitute skip. Makes sense. And then what else? This thing complains that vec okay, so I need to substitute for the vex. Yeah, okay. So similar for the boxes and tuples, we have impl t substitute bindings for vec t. Target is vec t target. Will be self into iterator, map, value, substitute, select. Do you know about cargo expand? Yeah, I know. I do know. But usually I'm struggling not with like debugging my derive macro, but with writing it, you know? I Google the API of sin every time. I mean, most of the time, not every time. Function cannot return without recursing. Okay, let's make sure that it's using the T substitute binding specifically. But am I not just dereferencing the self here? Okay, one error. Vec match branch. So I need to the substitution for the match branches. Okay, implement. I mean, I guess like for this one, derive macros, expression substitute bindings. I guess I can make this work for the structs too, not only for the enums. So if I have a struct, I just implement the substitute bindings like this. So I just return self with the fields with yeah, substituted fields, just like over there, a star, and then substituted fields is substituted fields variant fields, but it's not a variant anymore. It's just data fields, right? This might work. Proc macro panicked. Unwrap. Oh, this one doesn't have the thing. Yeah. So if there is no there, I guess I don't unwrap. Maybe I do a map instead. Maybe I do a map, a type, and then I do quote. Quote generic like this, generic type, you know, because that's what I like. I guess it's not always generic. So in this case, I removed this angular brackets, right? Yeah, because it is optional. If I use the optional one in the quote, it's just going to be expanded to nothing, right? Rock macro panicked, yo? What do you mean? What do you mean, yo? Target dependent branch. Panicked, yo. Are you sure that it panicked? I feel like my Rust analyzer is... Yeah, it does not panic. It does not panic. You don't lie to me. Rust analyzer is lying to me. I hate it. Okay, we need string tokens here. Let's see. One of these fields. Not there. Target value. Value. Sure, substitute. This substitute. So yeah, match branch has this thing. Display skip compiler scope. Yeah, scope also needs to be substitute skipped, I guess. What else? String token, substitute skip. Compiler scope. Boolean. Maybe compiled function. This is interesting. I have like inner function. I'm not sure yet. Let's shit. Let's skip it for now. Let's keep it for now. Do. Let's have to do. Hygiene does need to be substituted. Expression root does not need to be substituted. Syntax definition does need to be substituted. Target dependent branch needs to have the derive macro. Expression substitute bindings. This one doesn't have the default. All right, I will do this one manually. For target dependent branch. T, where T is display and substitute bindings. Target is target dependent branch. T target, or maybe I just say substitute bindings. Target is T. It would be just self. Condition is self condition substitute. Body is self body substitute. Couldn't find value pattern in this scope. You might have meant to use the field. Yeah, of course. That's the problem with my derive macro here. I guess I could just say let self field names vehicle self, so that they are in scope. And field names is data fields iterate map field field ident as ref. I want only named fields. Functions, expression, substitute bindings. Oh yeah, this should be a derive expression. Substitute bindings. What are you complaining about now? No, method substitute bindings for string. There is a string somewhere inside here. Raw number. Substitute skip. What else? For string. Option compiler scope. Compiler scope. This one. want to skip substituting this. Is that all? This might be all. No, that was an error. Why are the warnings? I want to see the error in the bottom, not at the top here. Okay, expression. There's still a string somewhere. Here, variant. Substitute skip. Okay, this name for the native. Substitute skip. I do use the interpolation in the inside of this, so you do use interpolation in JavaScript here. I think it should not be a name, it should be something like a templated thing. Maybe. Alright, this has been long. This substitute thing. But I think I'm almost there. Yeah, I think this is going, it is compiling now. I think this is compiling now, right? There you go. Undefined, beautiful. So it works, maybe. Who knows? So I have now the function that is called the monomorphize over here, right? It's not being used right now, but we have this function. So this function is going to be used in the JavaScript transpiler monomorphize. Let me just make this, because that was huge. So in the JavaScript, when do I monomorphize? So every time I have a function call or instantiation of the template. I guess it's mostly about the instantiation of the templates here, because I am just compiling these about into the calls, right? But what I should do instead, I should make sure that my argument is actually all constants, or at least this expression, like I can evaluate these something. These are expressions, not necessarily constant. But when I'm compiling, I need to know their value. So like I want to compile, like when I do the instantiation of a template, it should not be converted into a call. It should be converted into the monomorphized function. Right? Yeah. So can I just do self monomorphize? No? This is a public implementation on cast, yes. Oh, it's not self, it's self dot cast monomorphize. Okay, so I have the compiled function here. So this template, so the template itself must be like the thing. Recently watched how to improve my wanted to improve my intermittent representation to use less memory, but the front end takes like 7% build time, so not even sure that's a point. I mean, do you like, why do you want to improve the memory? Was that a problem? I'm assuming I'm using a lot of memory right now, but I don't know. I mean, I've not really been compiling big programs yet. I guess. So I need to monomorphize. What do I need to monomorphize? So I need to know what the template is. I mean, in this case, I do monomorphization with like the, so I provide the entire value, not some of the things. This is too generic. This is monomorphize some of the arguments of the function, not all of them. You have indirect data. You have to indirect data to fit inside 24 sized expression enum. So it's annoying. And have a separate call poly just for size. Would switch to U32 buffer that includes the ARR. That would support variable length. What? What do you need to fit inside the 24 sized expression enum? I know that my enums are huge. We can see, so here's the expression, right? Here's the expression. This one is size 72. This is the JavaScript expression. If I go for this thing, this one is going to be huge, right? It's 328 bytes. Maybe making programs in a pet custom language will become the ultimate proof of human with all the AI code gen out there. 34 is the initial size and I'm keeping it small. Okay. I know why you are having that constraint. Sure. Well, I mean, I could just I could just have a like every variant could contain inside of it the boxed data, so that the size would be just a pointer plus the tag, right? Which would be not even 24. It would be just I guess it would be 16 because of the padding, but technically just 9 bytes is all that's necessary in that case. Or you mean like during the serialization, it should also be small, should still be 24. But I mean, your expression contains sub-expressions, right? So like, that's... Or you only have 24 extra bytes of data. Yeah, I think like having a boxed data for every enum variant is actually I would probably write a proc macro that converts my enums to hold like these things automatically. All right, so what do I want here? I want to know what the template is and I want to know what the argument is. And I feel like I'm already doing that somewhere. Where am I doing this? In the compiler, when I'm initializing the expression over here, where I have the expression instantiate, right? What am I doing? So I know that the template is this. Argument. Yeah, I literally evaluate this here, right? Yeah. To do y eval, then arg should be value. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little weird, but I think I will do the same thing. I feel like it also means that into the scoped, like captured scopes here. Captured scopes. So I have the captured, and this will allow me to evaluate the template and the argument. So template is cast with scopes which are captured scopes. So I do cast evaluate the template, and the argument is cast evaluate the argument. People made 500 game engines in Rust, but no LLVM competitor yet. What do you mean? They did. The crane lift. I mean, it's not competing it in like it is competing in the compilation times things though, but that's basically the LLVM competitor, right? They have slightly different goals, but well, I mean, they have different goals. They are better for release builds if you are caring about the compilation times of your release builds. I don't know if the substitution for like the performance is. I don't know. I'm pretty sure someone is thinking about doing that. Release builds are for being fast. Well, there is fast enough. Also, you don't always need to be like mega fast. People are fine writing Python a lot of the times. Omega is the only way. All right, so we do this value, and I have a template. Template must be into inferred into template. So this is a template, which is a function, right? There's a template which is a function. So template is template dot compiled dot s dot await compiled. So this is the compiled function now. I have a compiled function, so I need to monomorphize the compiled function. So let's call this monomorphize partially. And then I will also have cast monomorphize fully. The compiled function, so like template needs to be monomorphized. I just give it the argument to be the argument like this, and this is the instantiated template. Monomorphize, and this needs to be async awaited and question marked. So this just results in me having this. Let's have this here. Async function monomorphize. So this is just going to have the compiled function and the argument, which is just a value, is giving me another compiled function. Actually, this one should be giving not a compiled function, should be giving the park compiled function, so that I can cache the things, right? I think so. So I provide the value for all the bindings, right? I need to say self enter scope, and I do self let cast is self enter scope cast. So I need to pattern match the compiled function argument against the place reference new temporary value, right? So I pattern match. This will assign all of the values, and then I will do monomorphize partially the compiled function, the values. I tried making pixel art for my game idea. It didn't go well. Can you show the failed attempt? What do you mean it didn't go well? You drew something ugly? I love ugly pixel art. Arg. Okay, so I monomorphize functionally. This needs to be provided values, where provided values is going to be basically, I need to compile function argument. I need to go over all the bindings of the pattern, and then they must exist. Since I did the pattern matching, like, they must exist, right? So value is cast scopes interpreter get for binding symbol, right? This must be there, so I unwrap, and value, then I just claim the value. Wrap. What's wrong? What's wrong with my code? There's a syntax error somewhere. Expected expression. Oh, is there a second? Yeah, semicolon doesn't need to be there. Um, so this is the value that is corresponding to this binding. So I just say provided values dot insert binding value, right? There you go. There you go. So now I have all of the values being provided for all of the bindings. So I can, this is basically monomorphizing it fully, giving the argument. All right. This is good to start. So now I have instantiated template with this compiled function, and then I just say self transpile function. Transpile function, right? Because this results in a function. This results in a function. Function. This is my original template function. ID. I will. So this is a new function. Wait, should monomorphization be for the function and not for compiled functions? I don't know. Span. Template function. Span clone. Name template function. Name. Substitute bindings. I don't think I need substitute bindings here. Maybe. Just clone this here. Do. Captured template function captured. Compiled. So the compiled function is just changed, right? Spawned. And this one is a spawned function. Spawned. It's a lazy result. I feel like I need for spawned t. I want to have like a function like the one that's already ready. Value t. So this would be self arc sync one cell lazy with value basically, right? With value, okay, value. That's what we want. So compiled will be spawned executor spawned ready instantiated template. This may be it. So like the only thing that's like monomorphized, this should like if I call the function with the same arguments, it should like result in the same thing. So I need to have a cache, but for now it doesn't really matter. I just want something to work. Please. Captured. Cast scopes clone. Auto instantiate is to be the same. Captured scopes clone. Captured here. And this is what? This monomorphized partially compiled function. Expected a park. Yeah, park new. Sure. And here it says instantiate. This is when I'm evaluating. Captured. I ignored that. Yep. Ignore for sure. What is this? Proc macro panicked. Fake. And this needs to be mutable. Alright, please work. First try. The code is compiling, right? And it's just going to work first try. Alright, while we wait for the Rust to be compiled. Oh, never mind. It's compiled. Wait, hold on. It was running. It did run. And it didn't print anything. Hold on a second. We didn't panic. Nothing panicked. Everything is fine. Holy shit. Context binding T. ID. This. Compiled function. Hold on. So we have a string. We inject into the context. I go and I call the compiled function. Wait, I'm just returning the function. But this thing is... This thing is a function. It needs to be called. But when I'm calling this function, it returns another function. So this one needs to be called again. Hold on a second. What's happening here? What is happening here? So the code for this is that I have injected the context successfully over here. Hello world. I inject the context. The next thing is I am calling a function, right? The function f. Function f needs to be monomorphized here with argument being a string. Then I call it with the arguments being a unit, and a unit is just undefined. Okay, sure. So this is the monomorphized function, supposedly. And what this function does is it has the argument, which is being completely ignored. Oh, wait. When I monomorphize, we still have... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because when I monomorphize this function, right, I monomorphize the generic. So this one becomes instead a generic having no arguments. So I still need to call it, right? Yeah, I still need to call it. Yeah. So I guess like I guess the thing is different. Like, because yeah, basically If I have monomorphize and I monomorphize all of the arguments of a function, the function becomes a constant basically. I mean, there is still the body which contains like potentially the side effects. Even although all of the arguments are constant, this potentially has the side effects, so it's not really a constant, right? Okay, so when I do the instantiation in the JavaScript, I need to call this still. So I transpile the function. This gives me the function, right? So this is the function f, and then I need to return the call. I need to call the function f with arguments being I guess I still do the context. More JavaScript code gen. Yeah, it's not like it's not specific to JavaScript though. The monomorphization is what I was working on, so that the generics and the types get erased. Haskell backend next? Nah, I don't think so. I could see the C backend and assembly backend. I could generate myself the assembly potentially instead of going through the crane lift. Or LLVM, maybe. Perfect stream name for Rust coding. Alex, the dev, hello. Yeah, I didn't do the push-ups in a while. People are supposed to tell me to do the push-ups, but I can do it myself. Alright, fine. Let's go do the push-ups. LLVM works great, but it's fucking slow. That's why, that's why Jai is doing its own like generation of the native code, right? And that's why Zig is doing the same. That's why crane lift exists. Yeah. That's enough for now. Okay. That's why I use Visual Studio C++ instead of new fancy languages that are just another LLVM facade. Well, I mean, Rust compile times are bad, but I thought C++ compile times are worse. At least that's my experience. Maybe I'm just writing the code wrong, but like, I mean, you can write the code differently in Rust too to make the like you can write code which is compiled faster by using less generics, using less proc macros and shit. You don't have to use more than C++ grapple. All that stuff is evil. I'm not forced into the borrow checker. Borrow checker is not the reason Rust compiler is slow though. Yeah, so I call this. What are the arguments here? I feel like I should still have the context. And the other argument, I guess, doesn't really matter. It's supposed to have the empty tuple there, I guess. But it doesn't really matter. So I just do... the context here. And that's it. Undefined. Amazing. This is still wrong. My code is still wrong. All right. Let's see the generated code. What's wrong here? So I have the context. So this compiled function is supposed to be the it's supposed to be the. It's been years since you've seen someone code with shake screen on type extension. I see a lot of people do that on Twitch, mostly with like people who are doing Godot. I know like at least 3 streamers who do that. Fine, I'll stop using that. Let's go to the NeoVim instead. Okay, so I wanted to look at code JavaScript. So this compiled function is supposed to be the monomorphized generic. I still see the T's here. Wait, what? I still see the T. T is not supposed to be here. Wait, yes. Why am I even doing that? Hold on a second. Why was I even assigning the things in my monomorphization? This needs to not be there at all. Anyway, it doesn't really matter here, because the body should still be substituted, right? So let's see compiled function. So this says context, binding T, ID this. This is the wrong thing, right? So this should be a context string, which means that it was not substituted properly, right? Okay, or was it substituted at all even? Function substitute, function monomorphize. We, yeah, I do the substitute bindings over here. Compiled function. I substituted using the ones that has all of the new provided values to be there. Right? What about I print here? Subbed binding value. So I subbed binding T ID 2717. But this is binding T ID 6765. All right. It's a different ID. It is also T, but it's a different T. Hold on. Do I have a 2725? I do not. Wait, hold on. Why? How do I even not have a 2725? There's no way. Oh, hold on. Wait, oh, wait. I substitute T with a T. And then I also substituted the T6765 with a string. There you go. So 6765 is the one. 6765. This is it. This one, it was supposed to be substituted with a string. So why was it not? Right? Why was it not? And why am I over here substituting the T? Oh, because I'm calling the DBG. It's the debug function now, because debug function was also a template. So now I monomorphize those two. That makes sense. Yeah, this one, the node-util format. Because this one is now the monomorphized version of it. Alright, anyway. So this is supposed to work, but it didn't. Because potentially I did the substitution incorrectly. What if I do this over here? This is the substituted body, right? Um, which body is this? I just want to print this, maybe. Can I print and will I see the types there? I don't know if I'm showing the types. I don't know if I am showing the types here. Out path is target code.js. It's a function. Wait, what substituted body? Oh, this is a compiled function. Yeah. I want to show specifically the substituted. Wait, no, substituted. But wait, hold on. This is an expression, right? This is an expression. Expression is function. Oh, it's a function which contains inside of it another function. Okay, there we go. Conversation where you instantiate the generic function. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. So the way generics work in my language is they are just functions, like in Zig, right? And there are functions that return a new function. So you have a function where the argument is a type, for example, and that function returns a new function that can use that type inside, and that makes it a generic function. So examples, a simple context. So this one, like there is a different syntax for it, but it's basically a function that returns a new function, right? I'm trying to compile all of this once anyway. So I have this compiled once. When I'm substituting the body of this with the t, it means that I need to, because this is a compiled one, I need to also substitute this body with those things. Because this t is basically the captured thing by this closure. So I'm going to substitute the body of this one. So when I substitute the bindings, we have expression, and I have, yeah, this one. I have expression, function. There we go. This to do. This to do is this to do. Because a function is a maybe compiled one. But when I'm substituting this, I need to also substitute that one. So maybe compiled function should be substituted. I just implement substitute or maybe compiled function. So what needs to happen here? First of all, maybe for now I will just say that I need to. So this one is not necessarily compiled yet, but I think I will await compile itself. I'm not inside the async, so I do now or never, and I expect to do substitute later. Although maybe you can just spawn. I don't think I need this, right? Can I just do cast spawn? Cast execute. Cache executor. Spawn. Yeah, I can do a spawn. And then I can move. No, it's just an async. Yeah, it's async move. The thing where I say cast. And to also clone this thing here, right? Cast is cast clone, since I'm moving it inside. So I say compiled is cast await compiled self await. And then I return compiled substitute bindings cast. So in this case I do the new recurse cache, I'm assuming, because this one cannot be used anymore. That's what I return, right? A new substituted compiled function. Okay, so now we just need to have this for the compiled function. Okay. Okay, so I can do implement substitute for compiled function now. So compiled function would just be self, where argument is self argument substitute binding, and body, self body substitute bindings. That's easy. But then I will want to have that for the parks, right? Yeah. Or a park T. This one needs to be cloned though then. Doesn't it? Not box. arc. Which means that substitute bindings does not require clone, so this should be clone plus. And then compile function need to kind of derive clone. Okay, is this going to fix it? Maybe. This cache is not being used. It's fine. Okay. Let's try running the compiled code. Undefined. Let's see this again. It still has binding T here. It still has binding T here. Okay, what if I do examples? Examples, simple context. What if I get rid of this? So we just have this as a body of the function. So I just need to instantiate it, and I don't need to call it. Right? Like this. Context not listed output. Because it's the DBG. Can I yeah. I have context inference. Because templates are supposed to have no context. But this is actually printing. I kind of want to allow that though. Maybe. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, fine. Wait. No. Let's just do this. I just don't debug. I just compile this code, which is just me trying to get the current T, right? Because that can compile. Context not listed, binding T. Okay, sure. Because this also requires a context. It's not only about the printing. Shit. It doesn't work. What if... Wait, what if I do something like this? Value T. I did not like compile the parsing yet. What can I use with the types if not getting the current context? Hmm. Undefined. Yeah, so over here, yeah, I have a function which requires string and output. That's after I have substituted it, right? Yeah. So now that the function requires a string now, not just t. But the body. Um, let's see. Substituted body is an expression. Expression display. It's a function over here. What if I want to display this? What if I don't skip the displaying here? The one does not implement the display. All right. Sure. So let's implement t display for spawned t. So match self 0. Try get. Done. Might have not ready. Some okay value. Then might value. And some error. Right. Bird. Crazy lang. Find codeness. Hello, hello. Which one are you talking about? My language or the Rust? What's crazy? The Rust? What's crazy here? Compiled function cannot be formatted. Compiled function. Implement display or compiled function. Wait, can I just do derive macros expression display here? Maybe. So it will derive the display for me. The lifetime syntax seems weird, and the apostrophes and robust syntax. Just not used to it. I don't even have that many lifetimes in my code. Like, because I'm cloning and like doing the sharing here. Like there is no lifetimes here. I mean, there is a lifetime over here, for example, right? But whatever. Most of my structures have no lifetimes. Compiled, not ready. Wait, wait, hold on. What? I substituted something that is not compiled yet? Oh, because I spawned it. Maybe. Maybe before... Maybe before printing this here. Substitute bindings. I cannot really wait for it. Not really wait for it. How do I print it? Maybe I print it in the JavaScript actually. Let's not print that. Let's not print that. Let's instead print in the JavaScript when I'm instantiating the template. Here. Yeah, like I instantiate it here. Right? And then I want instantiate a template like this. Print this, please. Okay, so instantiate it. We have 3 instantiations in my code. Assign t to string. And return a function, which is not yet compiled. Assigning t to string is because of the thing. Yeah. That makes sense, although it's not really needed. And this one... Wait, this one is the same. Assigning t to a string. And then return the function. And what about this one? This one is also assigning t to a string and then returning the function. Wait, what? Why am I doing 3 times the same thing? That makes no sense. This thing is probably like the hardest thing that I implemented so far, maybe. Mm -hmm. Context binding team. This is the problem. Yeah, t is that, and then I return this compiled function. Overworking? What do you mean? I should take a break, maybe. But then I don't know when I will come back. I feel like I'm so close. Like it's almost there. I just need this t to be substituted with a string, but it's not being substituted for some reason. So my my generic is a function that's returning a new function. So when I'm substituting, when I'm instantiating the generic, it's returning a function. I have compiled that, and that compiled thing needs to be also substituted, which is what I'm doing. So why is it not working? Where do I need to look? Where do I want to look? This one is saying not ready, which is not helping. But I cannot really wait unless I make substitution async too, which I could. But that will take time. What else can I do? T equals string. Body substitute bindings, which is derived over here. So we have the we have an expression, which is a function, because that's what I do, right? I return a function. And so I... How are you right now? I was think, did you also make the sprites? Which sprites? Do you mean for the game that is in the corner? I'm working on my language right now, not on the game, but no, I did not make the sprites for our game. We have I'm not the solo developer. The game. I'm doing the programming, and we have the art guy, who's doing also the level design, and the audio guy. Maybe a compile function has the substitute. So I spawn, I wait for it to be compiled, and I substitute the compiled function. And the compiled function is just substituting this and that. Where body is just an expression, and argument is just a pattern. Oh wait. Wait, no. Yeah, so like body is the expression. The expression that I am interested in substituting here is current context, which has only the data inside, and data has the type. So this should be substituted properly. Maybe. Oh wait, hold on. I know what I can do. I know the easy thing that I can do. Simple. I know the simple thing that I can do. Simple context. Let's do this. Let's just go into the REPL. So I can say that f is for all t, which is type, right? I just return the t itself. So this means that f int 32 is the int 32 itself, right? So what if I compile? What if I do JavaScript compile f? JavaScript transpile, right? So this is, so f is basically a template, which is basically a function. It has the argument, and it just returns the argument directly, right? That makes sense. Now, if I try to transpile f int 32, This gives me undefined. No, I want to have a, hold on, I want to have a function g, which is a function that's returning f int 32. And then I want to have JavaScript transpile g. There we go. So now I see more code, right? Because I have instantiated this thing. Yeah, I have instantiated the thing. So my body is, I'm assigning t to be int 32, but then I read place, which is a constant in 32, right? I'm not reading the t here. This is now a constant. Okay. So I can say as is this, and I do print s, right? That's the JavaScript here. So yeah, I just call this function with the context. This is my instantiated generic. And I just say return undefined, because this is a constant which is int, which is a type, which is why it is undefined. Okay. This seems correct. So what's not correct if that thing is returning something else. Okay, fine. I will do another example. We just say f is for all t type return t. How about this? This is the simpler one, right? So then I want to just say f, right? I want to call function f with type int 32. Just cast, compile, target JavaScript, test std in 32. Wait, what? Yeah, this function over here, that's what I'm interested in. Okay, so this is my main function, right? I say let f wait, what's my code? Be this. Compiled function 65 this. File function 6519. Yeah, this over here, this is wrong. So this is the internal function, right? It returns T5999, which is not like, this is supposed to be substituted with an int. So this should be undefined here. It's not even available in this scope. Just remember, many of your languages compiles to JavaScript, right? Well, right now it compiles to JavaScript, or it can be interpreted directly. Interpreter works. JavaScript transpiler doesn't work very well. That's what I'm doing right now, because not everything can be represented there. Okay, so this was not substituted. Yes, is wrong. I also feel like function like this, where I assign the t's at all, right? Like I feel like I should only have the substituted body, which has this thing. So like, and then the new arguments can be just the old ones. I don't need the new arg bindings. Why did I do this? Yeah, I don't need the new arg bindings at all. I'm just using the old ones. So this binding is just going to be the old arg binding. Arg, just clone the arg. So this is the old one. I just compile to this directly. And then the new body, I do not assign. Like, I don't know, I just do not. I just do not do that, because I just substitute the body with the provided values. So there's only the substituted body. There is only the substituted body. I don't need to push it anywhere. So it's not even the list. This is the body is just the substituted body here. That's a simpler. So I need to, so I will, in this case, so like we see in the code the assignments of like t is equal to something. Right? But now there is less code here, as you can see. There's like, so there, yeah, there is still t is equal, like over here. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? So I have a function which is that one. I return calling 6. I call this function so this is a generic which is instantiated, so I don't have the t's here, and then it returns the other function which just returns the undefined. What is this 615? Oh, this is the f itself. I see. Yeah. This one is not being used at all. Yeah, because this is my original one. And this one is this one. Yeah, that makes sense now. The only okay. So these ones are actually not being used at all. And I do return the undefined. Okay. The problem was because I was using the const. Okay. Let's go back to compiling the simple context then. This one still says undefined. Context binding. Yeah, we have context binding T here still. I call this one. This is my generic, which just returns the other compiled function. This one was supposed to substitute it. How many push-ups did we do today? Push-ups. Today 40. Although I also did about 30 off. Like the stream started technically yesterday because it's been more than 4 hours. And then yesterday I did I guess, which was today's stream still, about 30 more, so maybe 70 in total. All right, I need to fix this. Please, I'm so close to my Hello World working. This is like the last thing that is preventing me to actually write programs, I think. That do things, you know? What if? Derive macros, substitute bindings, variants. I want to do this. Print before sub self. Result is this. Return result. After sub is self. How come you're streaming at night? Hello, Xent. It's just there's no one else home today. Do not compile cast. Wait, what? Not self, result. Bum 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 bum. After sub. Current context. Oh, it doesn't even show me what it is. Okay. All right. Useless. JavaScript. How about this? Expression current context. JavaScript. Over here. I want to print. So like there is a current context that I need to get. I want to print the data type. The type of the context that I'm trying to get. I mean, I will just see the binding T there, right? Yeah, there you go. I am trying to get the binding T. This is never supposed to be compiled, right? Binding T6765, T6765, right? This is supposed to be substituted with a string. But isn't this what I was, yeah, sub to value, binding is value. I want to see if it's the same one. Yeah, see? So I have substituted 6765 with being string, but then it is not substituted. Wait, but then it says subbed again. So wait, hold on. Maybe I substituted. Oh wait, this is a different T though. Never mind. Child function substitute body. I feel like I'm doing nothing for the last hour, just staring at my code, which is not working for some reason. How to make it work? This is the important one, right? I'm substituting over here. The type. Wait. What if the, because the values I'm getting from cast here, right? Yeah. If over here I'm cloning, can I lose the data potentially? I don't think so. What about over here? I return result, print, sub, fan, body. I want to print the body of the compiled function when it is substituted. Whenever I'm substituting a function, which should happen. Not body. Self result body. current context. I want this to be printed here. This does not show me the type, so I cannot see it. How do I make it seen? Implement display. There is an expression display, which is in a derived macro. Expression display. I want to know the yeah, identifiers that is data is being ignored right now. I want to show the data here, basically. I want to do something like this. Show data. So show data. Show data self. No. Self show data F. Just show data. Let show data is quote self show data F. Is yeah, it's match show, it's show data dot map show data, where show data should be an optional expression. Something similar to these ones. Something similar to this. This is basically find map, by the way. Over here, I want to say that show data is input attributes. I want to find the display. I want to find the show data, which is the thing. Yeah. And I go to here. Enum expression. I want to say something like display show data is show data. Maybe. I have a simple show data. I only want that. It's not generic. I could just show all the data, actually. Let's just do show data. Show data is filter find. No, not find. Find is sum, I guess. Matter parse args and ident app is equal to show data. So do I want to show data or not, right? This is a boolean. This show data, then sum. Then write self data. Not argument must be a string literal. Wait, what? What did you say? Format argument must be a string literal. This. But then it needs to be displayable, right? Oh my god, this is so annoying. I just want to show the types. Push-ups. Practical. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm doing push-ups today. The push-ups are back. Not sure if just for today, or maybe I will keep them. Are you still doing push-ups? I don't remember seeing you doing push-ups. Any. The arms are twigs now. Yeah. Same. That's why I brought them back. I have problem with code. I have a skill issue right now. I think I started the thing that I'm doing right now like 3 hours ago at least. And it still doesn't work. The problem is an expression like this should be display, right? Because yeah, this needs to be implementing the display. Expression data doesn't implement display. Okay, and now I need to actually implement the display for this one. Implement display for expression data. I just want to self type type fmtf. I just want to show the types. This might work. Data cannot be formatted. 646. std to display plus borrow span. File. I'm not even sure what I'm going to do this here. I'm just going to see the fact that the type is still being the T instead of being a string, right? Show data is going to be not just data. I want to write colon colon. This. There we go. So we have the types of all of the expressions now, right? And this is the one that I'm, yeah, this over here. I have the current context, and it says binding T. Even although, so this is binding T6765, and this is literally the one that needed to be substituted, right? Okay. Yes. Let's see then. Why would that be? Like, yeah, I realize that it's the same ID, right? So if it's the same ID, it must be the same thing. Right? I think I have the, like, not really, like, they said that these are not really the same every time. I mean, this time it is literally the same, 6765, right? My compiler is not really deterministic, but yeah, so I was subbing that 6765 should be a string. And then this thing, so this thing should not be here. It's still 6765 for some reason. Why? Why is that? Because the T is not what? Like it's not what? Oh wait, hold on. How about this example then? Test S. How about this? So that worked, but what if I do hello of type T, right? Double quoted string literal is inferred as binding T. String literal inferred. This is the checker. Let's just allow the string literals to be inferred as anything. For now, I'm just going to comment this out and see if it's going to be substituted, right? Expected int 32 got that. Yeah. I just want this. Underscore is equal, right? Just something like this. Underscore is equal to hello type T. Like this. That's all that I want. Okay, wrong string type binding T. Okay, there you go. This is literally wrong. Why is it saying wrong string type binding T if this should be saying, yeah, when I'm transpiling literal hello, because this should not be T, it should be an int32 now, right? And if I say over here string, then it's technically should be saying the thing, right? So it is not. It did not do anything. Why not? Okay. Okay, fine. So monomorphization did not happen. I didn't see anything printed to the std out. Uncomment this. This is a good test. This is a simple test. So JavaScript was supposed to do the monomorphization, instantiate it, see if it's printing this properly. Wait, I do not have the instantiation at all. Wait, what? Why not? Wait, what? Why not? While transpiling literal hello. Wait, so what's happening then? Do I not have the expression instantiate inside of there? What do I have? Compile. Target, compilation target. What if I have another target, which is just the intermediate representation? Like this. I want to do this. If I want, if my compilation target is the intermediate representation, then I just want to print the intermediate representation. Is this NeoVim? This is NeoVim, yes. I think I want something like let like result, something like boxed in display maybe. So in this case, I say the JavaScript. Right. Contents is this. std fs create file create out path std io buff writer new, and we do write writer result, and this one is just print the result. Okay, and so this one is just going to just box display. I just return the thing itself. Basically not in scope here. Use std io write. Okay, so I want to I just going to compile to the intermediate representation, right? So this is just my code that I see, right? So I have this f is equal to the constant, which is test ksf, which is a template. All right. And then I instantiate this template And this is std string. Std is being fully inlined here. All right, but there is the instantiate template here. Also, it seems like the formatting is a little wrong, but yeah, I do have the instantiate of the template. So it says, yeah, I guess over here, while transpiling a sign expression. Oh, because okay, okay, that makes sense. It's doing the const. It's 8 p.m. here. What am I doing? Hello, Pigorly. I'm going to stop soon. I just need this to start working. You know? I just need this to work. Okay, I think I understand what happens. It's because the const let doesn't need to be there. Just because the const let doesn't need to be there. Which means that I think in the JavaScript expression let I want this to not do anything. I want to be over here. If yeah, I can do this. If it's const let, then return. Okay. Just don't do anything here. Yo, Spike. Welcome back. My stuff is still not working. Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. So I subbed T5999 to be string, and then my code was still oh wait, this is me assigning body. Value temporary string of type. Oh yeah. This binding T should be substituted, but it was not substituted. Right? Why was it not substituted? Why was that not substituted? Instantiated over here, right? This is the monomorphized. I did the monomorphize this thing. Are you matching push-ups, Pigorly? Substitute body, compiled body, substitute bindings. You think I can do push-ups as Pigorly? Of course. Why not? See, people do crazy things. Have you tried? You just need to try. Substituted body. Cast. I enter the scope. I substitute this. They all do or not. I choose do not. Yeah. Interpreters, insert this. So you are saying, so like over here, I should have been substituting the expression data, right? Like over here. Hello? Am I going to see some hellos? Wait, I don't see the hello. Wait, this is the problem. Yeah. So this code never gets called. What? Is my derive macro wrong? Did I just do my derive macro completely wrong? So I'm deriving the expression, and it has the data, which is the expression data, right? Right. Derive macro. There's no way. I did that wrong. Substitute bindings. It's an enum. After sub, right? Like I did see that this thing was called, the expression substitution was called, right? Dubbing expression data. Yeah, like this definitely was called. Yeah, this over here. I was substituting temporary value with the binding t. Oh wait, I was literally skipping the data. Shit, I'm just stupid, I guess, because I copy pasted the code. Yeah, okay. This was 3 hours of me just copy paste. I just copy pasted the code, which was skipping the data. That's what happened. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Derive macro substitute bindings. There's data here. Yeah, look at this. Skip is data. There we go. Why is this here? This does not need to be there. This needed to be there in the other derive macro, but not in this one. Oh no. This is bad. I mean, I am so bad. Method not found. Yeah, and now we see that assigning expression data does not have that. Assigning expression data needs to implement substitute bindings. There you go. It's just going to work. It could work 3 hours ago, but that happens. It's fine. Let's try running the code. The simple context example I was trying to do originally. Yeah, there we go. Now it says hello world. It works. It actually works. Now the question is my lead code solution going to work then if that worked? That worked. Will my lead code solution work? VS Code here. Can I just press random buttons when I'm doing the Vim? Monomorphization. Okay, I think it's working. I still have like some things like, you know, if I try to monomorphize the same template with the same argument multiple times, I will have the duplicates. Baby Merla, hello. Sunrise already, yeah. If someone shows up by the name of Conrad Grid, don't be nice to them. Well, I don't know how to not be nice though. I'm always nice, right, Pigorly? I've been nothing but nice. Let's try lead code 3373 into node. Not yet implemented. Amazing. Scope. As a statement. Self-evaluate expression as statement. Expression. Statements. Wait. What time did I start streaming? Well, it's 6 hours 30 minutes ago. Binding af is not template. Wait, what? Af is not a template. Type right. So I'm trying to transpile this thing. Over here, unwindable for loop. Wait, but I previously transpiled this successfully already. So I broke something while fixing something. Can I transpile the other lead code? The one that was working before? No, this one also doesn't work. Oh wait, transpile to JavaScript doesn't define. Yeah, hold on. Lead code. This one. Oh wait, what? Oh wait, what? Transpile to JavaScript is not defined. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to transpile the transpiler, which is what's happening here. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it's because I'm not trying to compile this target. I'm just doing the wrong thing. This one just needs to be ran. Cast examples lead code 2894 into node. Just this. Capturing some 1 to n. Capturing. I forgot one print line. Okay, this still works. Okay, what about the other lead code? Well, I overflowed the stack. Okay. But I already have the stack of 1 gigabyte, so I overflowed the gigabyte of the stack, right? Wait, no, I did not overflow. There we go. Okay, have cannot read properties of undefined reading length. Target 3373.js and node. Target 3373.js. This over here, this is my code. And this line, list.length. Oh, because list is this. So list is a list reference. List reference dot get. For this handle list dot length. What is this thing? This is argument. This is the argument that is provided here, which is the argument that is done here. So the edges. Yeah, edges is the list. Right? Edges is this argument, which is given to this. Which is being called twice with this argument, which is edges 1. And this argument, which is edges 2. So this argument is a tuple with 2 lists, right? This argument is a tuple of 2 lists. Yeah, there's over here. Wait a second. Wait, what? Max target nodes is a function that is doing that. Well, this syntax is the same as in Rust, right? So this is making me having a field called edges 1, but I do not have field edges 1, which is actually weird. Should I not have that? Maybe it's just my code is incorrect and the cast code. Let's see. Edges 1 and edges 2. These are named. These are named ones. Yeah, these are named arguments. Test are named arguments. I'm trying to transpile the max target nodes. Oh no, but this function, the max target nodes itself. Max target nodes. Max target nodes. Convert. Wait, is this the different function? Convert. I think it is a different function, yeah. Because this was supposed to call the max target nodes, the previous one. Probably. Because I was just testing the simpler thing, right? This is converting from the old to the new. Yeah, this is giving me the list of edges, right? Yeah, and because the previous one is not captured, I don't see it at all. Okay, so we have 2 unnamed fields, edges 0 and edges 1. Which is fine. So they are lists. Yeah, this is incorrect. This is incorrect now. Because f is compiled max target nodes, which means that this needs to be named. That's the problem. Let's try again. Okay, now it's a different error. It says undefined reading get. Over here, the list reference is undefined on this function. This function is that function. This function is left-hand side. Left-hand side. So this function is called with the edge. It's an edge, indeed. Wait, it's an edge. What's an edge? Edge is, I mean, let edge, I guess. Or edge in the list. Is this the thing? There are two variables called edge. This one and then this one. What is this function referring to? It would be nice if I had in this compiled code also the names of the functions that were compiled. But this is basically the length of the list. So this is the list reference. This is the list length. But it's being called with the variable that's called the edge. This over here is the unwindable. This is me creating the loop so that I can break and continue. This edge is this argument. So I handle list int 32 with output. All right. And then this one is being called. Handle list I, and list I is v. Feel like it means that this doesn't expect a list, or maybe it's a list of lists. But this says handle. Yeah, it is handle list int 32. Handle list int 32. So it's supposed to handle a list. So yeah, because I have a list of lists. That makes sense. I have a length there. Maybe I can do some debugging. How about this? DBG edges 1. DBG edges 1. Current read properties of undefined reading right. Oh yeah. So now I actually need to like transpile the full thing. The expression, right? Or I need like the contexts here in this code, which is weird. Yeah, I need the context here. This cannot work. I mean, I can do like a native console log edges one. Wait, so it's undefined? There's no way it's undefined. What's 1, 2, 3? There is this console log. Hold on, console log 1, 2, 3. That is 1, 2, 3. So edges 1. Is undefined here. There's no way. Right? Am I calling this incorrectly? Max target nodes is F. What if I don't print this and I don't print that? What if I just print F? Edges 1 is an empty list, and edges 2 is an empty list with a colon because that's JavaScript, right? It prints 1, 2, 3 twice. Who is even printing the 1, 2, 3? There's no 1, 2, 3s anywhere. Or maybe there's DBG here or something, maybe. But this is like after the JavaScript, I think. I mean, this code actually like works too. So maybe I'm like, am I calling the incorrect function? This is the code. I see some errors here. Cannot find for loop. Find result. Because it's a captured. Yeah, captured variables I think are not compiled properly right now. But oh yeah, look at this. Console log edges 1. This one. This is different. This is a different ID. This is the one that I was supposed to be writing. That's why it's undefined. Why is that so? Because the substitutions happened. But this one is not even generic, right? Right, anyway. Anyway. I had some progress today. The simple example works. This lead code example still doesn't work. I see some problems with the captured variables. It seems to me that the captured stuff needs to be passed as around as like the third arguments in my functions potentially. Because I'm compiling my function, yeah. Because it doesn't get captured automatically by JavaScript anymore because I'm not inlining them. I was inlining them before. Yeah, we'll see. Progress was happening anyway. I just wish I could do more today. Anyway, that's it for me, I guess. See you guys next time. See. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Yeah, I'll just stop. See you next time. Bye.